Hello there, hi, and welcome to another episode of Direct Access MixStream. We are now at episode 11. Thank you very much for everyone yang tune in to the live stream tonight. I usually try to do this every Friday, and every Friday we try to feature a new artist, not necessarily local, some local Malaysian, but also daripada regional lah. Okay, right. So tonight, I'm very proud to announce and to share with you that I'll be mixing a song from the band 217. Okay, the title of the song, okay, tajuk lagu ni is called Kembalikan. So it's an alternative rock song. For you guys who've been tuning in and patiently waiting for me to start the stream, thank you very much. Okay, terima kasih kerana bersabar menunggu. And you guys were listening before that. You can get to hear a little bit of sneak preview into the lagu lah. Okay, so quick background first, right? Into who is 217. Okay, I tengah baca from my handphone over here. Okay, so the band was formed in 2017. Okay. And hence, that's why the name of the band, right? That's the inspiration behind the name 217 lah, okay? So, band ni terdiri daripada 6 ahli, 6 members, daripada latar belakang yang berbeza from various different backgrounds, okay? So, their influence is primarily in alternative rock, okay? From bands such as Papa Roach, Linkin Park, Breaking Benjamin's 30 Seconds to March, and also including their local heroes, Pop Shuvit and Love Me. Okay, alright, okay. Sorry guys, tadi ada sikit disconnection, right? In case, a little bit. Okay, so now let me start off with a few formalities first here before kita start the mixing. So, firstly, welcome to all the new viewers. For all of you guys who are new to the channel, thank you very much and welcome, all right, to the Studio 2105 channel. Firstly, I want to say a big thank you to all the patrons, okay, and all the subscribers to the channel. Right, I'll mention one very very special, right, yang ada kaitan dengan one of our patrons. This project ada kaitan with one of our VIP patrons lah, okay. And I also want to give a big shout out and a big thank you to Chandana. Okay, Chandana is the Cultural Economy Development Agency, who are one of my strategic partners. Okay, right. Thank you very much for their support. All right. So if you're new to this channel, all right, if you are just tuning in, if you're watching this live stream, or maybe you're watching this replay, on another day, right? Do leave a like. Okay, please leave a like. It will really help my channel out. Please share this with your friends. Okay. Share lah with all the fans, all your friends, all your family, all your kawan-kawan of all the bands, okay? Share them so that you will know and kind of have a little bit of a sneak peek and a bit of teaser lah as to upcoming lagu baru daripada kumpulan 17, okay? And most importantly, okay, please head on down below, okay? Head down there, click on the subscribe button. It will really, really help the channel out, okay? Right. Okay, so before I start, I probably want to explain. Maybe you have a question on what this show is about. Why is it called MixStream? Okay, so now, obviously, I personally, alright, I am a producer. I'm a recording and a mixing engineer. I've been doing this for dah lebih kurang hampir 20 tahun. I have like almost 20 years already. So besides playing in a band, this is what I do for my full-time job lah, alright? I've been a recording and mixing engineer and producer for close to 20 years already, okay? I'm based out of here in KL, out of my studio called Studio 2105. And MixStream is a program where I feature, right, projects which either I'm working on and sometimes new projects that some people, some bands or maybe some artists akan send to me to mix. So in this case, all right, the reason why I wanted to do MixStream is because I wanted to sort of give an insight. I wanted to give like an over-the-shoulder view, right? As if you are maybe here in the studio, sitting here with me, watching and listening to how the process of mixing a song goes, okay? So we're now up to that episode 11 already. Sebelum tu, alright, I have like 10 episodes from various different styles, various different genres. We did acoustic rock, we did hip-hop, pop punk, we did metal, we did like a contemporary gospel, like progressive rock, semua genre and different styles pun ada lah, okay? And hopefully there's more to come, right? So head on down to my channel, you see all the different videos, right? You have content. I have weekly updates, weekly Q&As, song analysis, song breakdown videos. I usually interview either the artist ataupun the producer of that particular song, right? And we go down and we analyze and we break down the song lah. But the main feature, right, the one which I'm most always excited about is this weekly live stream, okay? Right. And one thing about this live stream, the MixStream session, selain daripada, besides getting to watch and see how I work and how I mix a song, a very important element of this is that this gives you a chance, ini sebagai satu platform for viewers out there, right? And if you memang seorang yang minat tentang local music, especially local independent music, okay? Alright, it's a platform that you can also show your support, okay, secara financial. Okay, now, this whole channel, Studio 2105, the channel was a bit of a reaction to, obviously, you know, the situation around COVID-19, all around the world lah, okay. With, dekat here in Malaysia, we have our MCO, we have our PKP, and industry music ni, industry entertainment as a whole, is one of the industries yang paling teruk affected lah, okay. Alright, this is even before PKP ni. Music industry was already affected. The events, live music especially, even in January already, we are seeing events starting being postponed or starting being cancelled altogether. So even now, walaupun banyak industry, you know, banyak sektor dah boleh start beroperasi, you know, a lot of different business sectors are back in action, back in operation, but unfortunately, music live events are still going to be a challenging time lah, okay. Yang paling sedih sekali, the saddest one is especially for live musicians, right? Especially those yang kerja, you know, di pub, di bar, you know, those working musicians lah, okay. Yang tu lagi teruk, you know, because there's still no SOP on how they can go back to work safely, okay. So gig pun susah. It's very hard to organize gigs. Online gigs also pun, the cost of doing online gigs is very expensive. Sebab sebenarnya online gig ni lagi susah tau daripada organize on the ground punya event. Sebab kena ada camera, kena ada lighting, production crew, cost dia, and the you know, the kepenatan dia, the amount of effort they need to put in online gig is actually even harder. So, you know, for live venues and for bands ni, you know, we try to support them lah. So, okay, how do we support the bands? Okay, very easy. Right. So what I do with this platform is melalui this crowdfunding website called Patreon, okay? Right, if you never heard of Patreon, okay, let me share what it is. Right, so Patreon is a website where it's a crowdfunding, okay? So, you know, if you heard of crowdfunding website, is where you personally, you as the viewer, you can directly help to support, okay, the artists. You can directly help support content creators out there, okay? So Patreon is one of the most popular and for me, it's very, very popular. I use Patreon because it's transparent. Dia sangat transparent, okay? It shows you exactly how much, right, financially we are being supporting. So, right. So, satu aspek tentang MixStream ini ialah, right, kamu boleh support directly band yang akan featured, right? So every week I feature different band. This week I'm featuring TwoSeventeen in the new song Kembalikan. So if you head on down to the website, okay, it's right up there in the screen where you can see, right? Okay, you go to the website www.patreon.com/studio2105. Okay, so you can sign up to become a patron. Ada beberapa option dekat sana, alright. So the most affordable one is a $3, that's a US dollar, okay, a subscription per month. There's also different tiers. There's also other higher tiers lah, right? There's also a direct access level which is $5 per month, and ada lagi satu VIP access one. That one you get, right? It's $10 a month. So it's a monthly subscription, okay? You can cancel anytime after the first month of you have subscribed. Dan lepas tu you boleh cancel lah, okay? Tapi kalau you nak terus, if you want to continue supporting it for months to come, right, they will also appreciate it. So, daripada your contribution, daripada your subscription, 50% of the revenue yang akan masuk, okay, is going to go to the featured artist. So for example, kalau you sign up, okay, ataupun or if you guys are watching this, on a replay on another day, in later on in the future, if you sign up and become a patron and you want to support 217, okay, you want to financially support, okay, not just moral tau, ini dari segi kewangan, okay, financially support them as well. So if you come on board, sign up to become a patron. All right, drop a message and then mention that you are supporting 217. Use this code MixStream. Okay, it's up there on the screen. Right, MixStream 11. Right, MixStream. All right, all capital letters. 11, okay, MixStream 11, right, and then I will know, I boleh track lah, I boleh identify, okay, right, so you want your contribution to go towards the feature artist, okay, so there are also other ways, all right, if you don't want to use the Patreon, you can also do it via a direct bank transfer. For that, you message me directly lah, okay, you can contact me, all right, on social media. Not only you can leave your comment down in the comment in the chat or in the comment section, okay, but you can also contact me through my other social media platforms like Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, okay, and if you have questions, you can always ask me there. All right, okay, so let me just very quickly take a look, okay, on the chats, who is there, right? So now the band 217 pun ada on the live stream, yeah, they are in the live chat. So if you guys want to say hi to the band, all right, if you guys want to give a little bit of a shout out to the band, please do so, okay? Now, when I'm doing the live stream, I may not be able to check the questions, so I'm sorry if I'm not kind of so much interactive in the chat, with the chats, because I tengah doing the mix. Itu sebab the band is there, okay? So you boleh berinteraksi dengan mereka, okay? So let's take a look, who else is in there? Hi, Hafizuddin. Okay. Hafizuddin Idrus. Okay. Hafizuddin Idrus dari mana? Okay. We have Muza channel. We have Celestine Wong. Okay. Abdul Muiz. Abdul Muiz ini band member ni. Okay. Alright. Muiz is the drummer from the band kan? 217. Okay. Alright. Nurina kata, hi, apa khabar semua? Okay. Harap you guys are all doing well, staying safe, yeah? Okay, remember, right. Jaga kebersihan, take care of your personal hygiene, wash your hands frequently, okay? And jaga your social and your physical punya distancing lah, okay? Right. Akmal Tamizi, dah habis ke? Belum, baru start. Okay. Alright, who else is there? Hazlan Hazir, hi everyone, hi 217. Okay, right. Big shout out, okay. Hazlan, okay. Hazir adalah the producer and the engineer untuk lagu Kembalikan, untuk project ini yang I feature, that I'm featuring tonight on this episode of MixStream, okay. So Hazir is also has his own studio up in Sungai Petani, and this is where you recorded, right? Okay, you recorded and you mix and you produce this band, right? Right. So Hazlan also, all right, is also one of the VIP patrons, right? So untuk VIP patron ni, ada banyak benefit. There are lots of perks, lots of benefits, okay? Right? I forgot to mention just now about the Patreon. If you sign up, all right, for either the direct access of VIP, okay, not only do you get to support my channel, okay, like I said, 50% of revenue will go to the artist, right? Another 50% will go towards helping me to support me to keep on creating all this content lah, right? Videos and all this, the live streams dan sebagainya, etc. Okay, but if you sign up to become a patron, you get some special perks, you get some special benefits as well. Okay, so some of the benefits include you get one-on-one, right, the mentoring or tutorial sessions. So for some of our the patrons out there, those who want to they get a one-on-one mentoring tutorial session. We usually do it once a week, all right? So kita buat usually over Zoom. We do like a 45-minute session lah, okay? So they get to ask me any kind of questions, and I will get to show them and sort of tutor and mentor them throughout the process, right? Be it anything berkaitan tentang recording ke, mixing ke, producing, music production, music arrangement, apa-apa related towards the music industry and music business as a whole lah. Okay, they also get patrons also get like exclusive behind the scenes content. You get some exclusive special voting rights, for example. right? Sometimes I run polls on what to decide, what's the direction of the channel, what kind of content you want. So, you as a patron, you get, the priority lah, okay? You dapat the priority, right, as to decide what sort of content you want to see. And for VIPs, right, VIP patron, lagi cun, right? You get discount codes, okay? You get a discount that you can use on top of on any of the studio services that's here in Studio 2105, okay? So sama ada the studio punya rental, okay? Or my mixing fee, or maybe like a recording or production punya package, apa-apa, any of our packages, okay? And all our prices and all rates, you get a discount, a very, very, very nice discount lah, okay? Okay, so enough about all the MixStream and all about the Patreon. I guess you guys can't wait, right, to sort of watch can't wait for me to get right into the mixing process itself. So okay, I'll get to the rest of the comments in a short while. Okay, jom. So kita akan start now. For you guys who have watched the previous episodes of MixStream, you kind of know the deal lah. You know the drill already, okay? First things first, we always want to get a rough mix of the song, okay? So sebelum ni, alright, this project, as you can see, let me turn this down. Hope you guys can see the project window clearly. Okay, so these are all the tracks, so these are all the files, the drums, we have the bass, we have the guitars, piano, we have like a synth choir, solo vocals are down here, okay? So all this, I've already done all this prep work beforehand, right? Actually, I already did it yesterday lah, okay? Selamat malam, confession, okay? I because quite busy lah, alright, before this. So all this prep work, whatever editing, alright, I've all done all the trimming and everything that's necessary. Sebelum ni, I do this always before the mixing session, okay? So sometimes prep work can usually take a few hours to do, right? So I always will dedicate a separate time. I either dedicate a different day to do this, because after you dah buat all the prep work, you already dah penat, your telinga is already, your ears is already tired, okay? And you're not in the mood, you're not in the vibe to mix anymore, right? So whenever I want to mix, whenever I'm mixing, I want to come in, straight, fresh, straight away, mix the song. I don't want to think about, kena edit ni, edit tu, do I have to edit this and that again? I want to go straight ahead into the mixing process, okay? So what I did first of all is sort of do a rough balance, okay? We want to look at the overall punya big picture first, okay? We want to listen to the whole song, listen to the project, right? Listen to how the drums and all the different parts and different instruments sort of work together. So let's listen to it, and in the meantime, okay, I will also kind of look into the comments lah, okay? Yes, before I forget, kalau you guys have any questions, okay, if you see something, right, on the screen, if you see any process, maybe I'm talking about a certain process, but you have a question, you nak tanya soalan tu, right? You have a question, please leave them in the chat, okay? Leave it in the chat, I will look at it and I will answer you. If I forget to answer you during the live stream itself, okay, don't worry, I always go back and look at the chat, and I'll answer and post updates and give my answer to questions on my weekly update Q&A sessions, okay? So jom, let's take a quick listen. This is a rough mix, so only balancing and some panning. No EQ, no compression, no effects yet, okay? So let's take a quick listen, a sneak peek to Kembalikan by 217. Okay, here we go.
Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering meronta? Tolong kembalikan perhatianmu padaku. Tak mampuku
So that was the rough mix, okay? So it's very important to sort of listen to the overall rough mix of the song, because you want to take a big picture. I want to take a big picture look of what the song is about, how the song structure, the arrangement, how the song dynamics kind of feels, okay? And before we go into all and then, go into solo into one of the tracks, very, very important lah. Okay, so as mentioned, that's the rough mix, no EQ, no processing of any sorts, first of all, okay? Now, before I want to continue, let me very, very quickly take a look into the comments, because there's some very interesting and cool comments there, right? That kind of give you a little bit more information. But first of all, Rudy Bob Shuvit is in the house, okay? All right, so Rudy, okay, as you know, is my bandmate and the drummer for my band Pop Shuvit, okay? So guys, please say hi to Rudy, okay? Thank you very much for watching the channel. I think Rudy, we have very, very good fond memories of playing in Kedah in Alostar. We played in Sungai Petani for this music camp before, I remember, okay? From those days over in Sungai Petani, some of the bands that I remember that from Kedah that I still work with now these days would be some of the members from drama band, and another band which I've worked with. I record and mix a couple of the singles. Is I Lost the Plot. These guys are also from Sungai Petani. Amazing band, super talented band as well. Okay, but tonight, okay, the story is all about. 217 lah, okay? So back, Hazlan's mentioned in the comments down here below that, he is, as I mentioned, Hazlan is our VIP patron. He is the one who actually recorded this song back over in his studio, okay? So Hazlan kata, I'm only the recording engineer, the band self-produced, okay? So, as I was also saying, the whole process of making a song ni actually melibatkan banyak orang. It actually involves a lot of people. It's a whole team of people that's involved, okay? You have the individual yang tulis the song, okay? In this case, kalau silap, Fik is the yang pemain keyboard, the keyboardist for the band. You are the primary and the main songwriter for the song, kan? Right. Okay, so you have the songwriter, you have the whole band who arrange and produce the song themselves. You have Hazlan, who is the engineer, who is in the studio, and then all the way down to myself, where I'm mixing the song and probably going to do the mastering for it as well. And right, so this entire ecosystem ni actually melibatkan banyak orang. Okay, so right, we try to support and we try to help and we motivate and we try to support each other lah. Okay. All right, so let me go down very quickly. There are a few other people in the chat as well. There is who else here? Akmal Tamizi, you punya chat in the comment in bahasa Jepun ni. I don't understand. I can't read Japanese. Okay, even though Pop Shuvit, we did tour for a number of times, many years in Japan, but I can't read Japanese lah. So can somebody please do a Google Translate? Amal Tamizi, what is it? Okay, right. Rudy Pop Shuvit says rock on, guys. Okay, all right. Nuina say Anya say yo. Korean pula. We have Japanese. We have Korean. Okay. Who else is there? Muhammad Aziz, hi. Ijam Rahim, watching from Singapore. Hey, all right, cool, man. Thanks for watching from Singapore. Hope you guys are all staying safe down there. Really appreciate it, okay? So I'm really blessed and feel so honored when, I get viewers not just from Malaysia, but, from all around in many different countries as well, okay? Okay, all right. So 217, okay. Abdul Muiz has more. Let me just look again. Z Hasnan says hi, Ibrahim. Okay, all right. Apa lagi? And yes, okay. tadi kata, right? They mentioned there, okay. My mic was off, okay. Well, but if you're watching this in replay, benda ni all going to be edited out, okay. Okay, correct. So let's get down right to the let's get down to the mixing process right away, okay. Sebab I bet you guys can't wait to hear lah. Right, what the whole entire process is. So now, first thing I want to do, and very important, right, is that I want to set my initial levels, okay? So initial levels is very important, because in the end, what we want to end up is we want to end up with a mix which has got good, healthy signal, strong signal, right? With the appropriate amount of headroom. Okay, we do not want to end up with a mix which is going to be clipping the master, right? So in digital, right, any kind of digital clipping is bad. Okay, when you see red light digital clipping on your master bus, right, it's usually not a good idea lah. Okay, at the same time, you don't want to end up with a mix which is too low in level, because nanti when in the mastering process, when you bring up the levels, right, up to the commercial broadcast punya level, then sometimes the noise, sometimes the hiss might be a bit too much. Okay, so let's start. How do I set this initial level then? Okay, for me, I have a very, very simple guideline. Okay, what I do and what I use to reference the initial level is by setting my kick drum level. Okay, so what I do, okay, well, let's first of all kita mute the rest of the tracks first. Let's just look at the kick drum. Okay, so kick drum is here. All right, this little track over here. Let me bring this down. Okay, so what I'm trying to look for is when the kick is playing, I want to see on my master, okay, I want to see it peaking at about minus 12 dBFS, okay, right, dBFS, right, in digital we call it dBFS. dBFS is short for decibels relative to full scale. That's what the FS stands for lah, okay, dBFS. Okay, so let's start. You might not be able to see this because the channel is off stream, but I can see it on my other window. Okay, so let's start with setting the kick drum level. Okay, let's solo this. Let's play around with the kick drum. Okay, there you go. All right, that's about that. Okay, -7. So I set my kick drum in this case, right, at about -7 here, so that when the master plays, let's go to the master channel. Okay, you guys may nampak. Okay, oops, what did I do? All right, let's go to the master channel. So whenever I'm playing on the master, right, actually you can see it down here as well. When the kick is playing, it's gonna peak at about -12 lah. Okay, now this is not a fixed rule. There is no rule that say, oh, you must ikut ni, you have to put it at -12. It's up to you. You want it, if you want to aim for a higher target level, -10, -8, that's fine. That's also possible. You want to aim for a lower level, -14, it's also okay. But for me, I like to kind of sort of set it to around -12 because it gives me enough sort of headroom to kind of play around with. Okay, there's no right, there's no rules, all right? There's no right, there's no wrong. You decide whatever you find is most suitable. Okay, so let me play the kick. Then you see that it hovers around -12. It peaks around there lah. Okay, some will be a little bit lower, some will be a bit higher, right? Okay, but about -12. Okay, cool. So let's deal with this now. I actually did, right, I did some resampling. I actually resampled the kick, the snare, and I also did some resampling of, I actually overdubbed and layered some cymbals as well. Okay, right. So I felt that the maybe the drum sound, it could be many factors lah. Okay, it could be the sound of the kit, it could be the room, could be the microphones, something like that. So I felt that it just needed a little bit of enhancements. So drum sample replacement, right, has been around since long. If you really trace back the history, right, if we talk about sampling and sample replacement, benda ni bukan benda baru lah. It's not a new thing, okay? It's not a new thing. It's been around since the 70s and the 80s, but it came, of course, a little bit more in prominence when in the 90s, going into the 2000s, up to the present day lah. Okay, all right. So why I would use this, okay? Because in the context of modern rock music styles, you have your drums, you have your bass, you have your wall of guitars, you have so many things. By the time you have all these components, right, to give you that huge, big, massive sound, right, if you're kind of just using recorded drums, right, with just mics and all that, sometimes you find that it's very, very hard to cut through. Yeah, it might be possible to do, with a lot of processing and a lot of work to sort of make the kick, make the mic'd up kick and the snare and part of the drums to cut through. But sometimes it's just so much easier to just use samples. So, all right. So now there are, right, we hopefully, right, I'm not trying to say that, we every time automatically, oh Joe, let's just use sample lah. Let's just lay with a sample. But in the end, the end goal is to deliver a strong kick, punchy drum sound that cuts through. Okay. Because in the end, the listener's not really going to care so much of, oh, this very organic sounding, or is we don't want to be like a purist lah and say, oh, tak boleh use samples, we can't use samples. Now obviously some people are going to have different opinions, all right, regarding this subject matter. I would be more than happy to debate this in another time, in another video, not on this live stream. Okay, so let's check out, right? So I have a couple of samples here. The sample library which I use is Steven Slate drums. Okay, I use SSD5, and what I use to sort of trigger and do the resampling is using trigger. Now I'm not going to go through this, right, because it's gonna be a little bit time consuming to show you, all right, inside the live stream. I promise I will be doing a tutorial video on this topic, on how to do drum sample replacement in the future, really, really soon. Okay, so I have this sample here, which is a kick of a DW 22-inch kick drum. So let's just listen to it, okay? In solo, let's just listen to it. Yep, okay. This one for me has got a lot more body, a lot more low end to it, okay? Sweet, okay? So for me, I am going to kind of use this as my primary kick drum, okay? Right, so this is the kind of one that I want to use, right? So instead of the recorded mic, let me use this, and I will just kind of just layer and blend in the recorded kick mic. Okay, so let's listen to this first, okay? So same thing, I want to get it to a level where my master is about -12, okay? So let's do that. Okay, down a little bit. There we go, okay? Right. That's a little bit off screen. That's about -9.5 dB. Okay, so let's blend in with the kick, okay? All right, now before we do that, right, so you guys who have always watched my MixStream episodes will know that I love to use and always apply, right, tape and console emulation plugins, okay? Because in the digital environment inside a DAW, everything is in digital, okay? But we love the sound of a lot of the records that we love to hear, right? That, the best-selling records, the most memorable records, a lot of them were actually mixed on large format analog consoles, recorded on analog tape, recorded on, we're using analog consoles and the sort. Now, nothing wrong. Digital is the way forward, okay? For now and towards the future, that is kind of way forward. But we sort of want to sort of bring back. We kind of miss a little bit of that kind of the vibe, that kind of color that analog tape and analog consoles bring into the picture. So these plugins, right, are very, very common. This is what we kind of use nowadays. So what I use is from Slate Digital. Okay, there are two plugins, right, that I want to sort of use, okay? So the first one, and this is actually a preset that I've already set. First one that I use is called the Virtual Tape Machines, okay? So this is a model of an actual analog tape machine, right? They've modeled it, right, so that it emulates as if the signal was recorded on a tape machine, right? And now we're playing back and mixing it back in, okay? So the second one, all right, this is Virtual Mix Rack. And Virtual Mix Rack is, you can imagine, is as if it's like a whole rack of hardware, of equipment that you can mix and match according to what you want. You have preamps, you have EQs, you have compressors, you have a lot of different types of processors as well, right? And you can sort of mix and match, you can arrange it whatever way on. But the two that I want to bring to attention, right, is the console and the preamp that I'm using, okay? So here, this is called, also by Slate Digital, the first one that I have in here, this is called the virtual channel. So virtual channel here is emulating the characteristics and the signal flow of a channel on an analog console. So there are, as you can see here, there are different settings. You have USA, right, which is an API console. You have the British 4KG, SSL 4000G, 4KE is an SSL 4000, RC is an RCA, I'll have to go it this way. It's an RCA valve mixer, right? This one is called a Trident, and the N is a Brit Neve. Okay, right. So, on previous episodes, whenever you watch, you will see that like 99% of the time I always go on the API setting because that's kind of my favorite. But on this project, I was listening to it, I felt that I kind of preferred to, if I were to go with the British Neve sound, okay, the Neve will have a little bit more of that low end mid and that kind of a low mid bump there, okay. That's a little kind of characteristics of running it through a Neve console. So because I felt that the track sounded a little bit thin, right, in terms of maybe the drums, the guitars, and overall, okay. This could be, again, could be different factors. Could be factors due to the microphone, maybe the preamps that were being used. So I felt that it sounded a little bit thin. So that's why this time around I reckon I'm gonna go with the British N setting, which is an emulation of a Neve console, okay. Right, so moving out from the virtual channel, the next thing we have here, this is a preamp. So this is the FG73. FG73 is an emulation of, yes, you guessed it, it's again a Neve preamp, okay. So this is an emulation of the Neve 1073 preamp, okay. Very, very famous and very, very well known, one of the most sought after preamps out there. So the whole thing, right, that I've had this set up over here is, okay, virtual tape machine, right? Coming up from a tape console, like tape console, coming up from a tape machine, okay? Then going into a channel of a Neve mix console, then going with a preamp as well, okay? So this is what I'm going to set up. So every channel is going to have this at the start of the chain, okay? So let's go back to the kick drum again. Here we go. Let's start with this. Okay, I want to blend it in, okay? Okay, what I like about the recorded, the track that was sent in, that was given to me, it's got very good attack, right? Attack's really good, right? It's got a nice attack to it, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to blend this in, right, with the sample kick. The sample kick has all that sub, the low end, the body, but the mic track has got very, very good attack, okay, right? It's very nice. So it functions like an EQ in this sense, okay? So instead of having to EQ the sample track, instead of having to, like, you know, EQ and boost a lot of highs on the sample kick, I just blend this in, right? Because that will automatically sort of help to add that attack back in, okay? So let me just blend it in. Here we go. Let's listen to it. This would be the, let me bring this to the middle so it's easier to see, right? The mic kick and the sample kick, okay? So about this. All right. Just a little bit. Let's mute the sample. Let's mute the kick. Okay, just a bit more. All right. A couple of things I want to check as well. I will want to check the phase on this. So let's just double check and see, okay? Let's flip this around. Okay. All right. So when I flip the face of the kick track, all right, it seems to have a little bit more body. Let's investigate this a little bit closer. Okay. Let's take a zoom in into the waveform and let's check and see. Okay. So this is the, okay, they look pretty all right. Okay, so let's take a look. So the bottom is the kick drum sample. All right, let me sort of zoom this down. So you kind of see the waveform goes like this, whilst the mic kick drum kind of goes like this. It seems like it's a little bit ahead, slightly early. So what happens if, let's say, we flip this back around, okay? Okay, it sounds a bit scooped to me, but I actually don't really mind it being a little bit scooped, because this is after all more of a modern rock kick drum sound, which we have a lot of attack. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, cool. I know what we're gonna do, right? So let me work on this kick drum sound first. I want to sort of sculpt it a little bit to sort of fit in, to blend with the sample kick, okay? Okay, nice. All right. So with this, I kind of want to, first of all, roll off maybe 80, because I don't need all the sub and information that's coming from this kick drum. Let's leave it for the sample kick, because that's already more than enough. Okay. All right, sweet. Next thing I want to do is, as you can see, if you can hear from the kick drum, there is a little bit of leakage. So I want to plug and chuck in a drum gate. Okay, so this is a gate from, again, inside VMR. So let me just go to a setting called kick bleed tight. Let's listen to how it sounds. All right, sweet, lovely, right? I don't even need to touch anything, and it's already sounding good. Okay, let me put the release maybe a little bit shorter. Okay, let's give this release of the debleeder a little bit longer. Okay, let's bypass it. You can see, bypass, you can hear a little bit of the leak from the snare and the hi-hat. Sweet, and this really, really cleans up the kick lah, alright? So let's bring in the sample kick again. There we go. Okay, cool. Now from the sample kick, let's solo the sample kick. I want to EQ it a little bit, right? Like there's a little bit of okay, there's a little bit of this at about 107, 110, because I've got a feeling that I'm going to kind of need to sort of make a little bit of space for the bass guitar. So a little scoop at about 110, okay? So, okay, let's go back again. Let's listen to how these two work together, okay? Okay, probably can set this gate a little bit higher. Okay, nice. Very nice, okay? Now, for some of these mic tracks, I often don't use any compression. I don't really like to use compression on these individual tracks, although I will compress the overall drum bus, okay? What I like to use is maybe a limiter instead, just to catch the picks, and the limiter that I want to use is called Little Clipper, okay? So this is, again, only on the mic track lah, alright? Okay, hello, Little Clipper, are you there? Right, oh, there you go. Okay, so this is a clipper plugin. Let's play the kick. I just want to sort of clip the peaks of the transient just a little bit, okay? That's all right? Just a tiny touch, just so that, the peaks don't poke out a little bit too much, okay? So there we go. That's the kick drum. Now, the next thing I want to sort of bring in would be I want to bring in the overheads first, okay? I like to sort of mix from a top-down perspective. I always like to sort of build the overall drum sound before bringing in the close-in mics such as the snare. Of course, I start with the kick first to set my initial level, but very, very quickly, I will always prefer to bring in the overheads and bring in the room mics first if there are any, okay? So, same thing. Let's go on with loading up the same plug-in chain, right? Tape machine and virtual channel and the preamp. Okay, let's take a listen to the overheads, okay? Now, let's link these two so it's easier. Link. Here we go. Okay, nice. All right. Okay, now, so for me, I can sort of see that there is a little bit of an imbalance. It's a little bit heavy to the right. Okay, right. Not need if you use your ears, you can sort of hear it. But just looking at the meters already kind of tells you. So what I'm gonna do is I will put a trimmer, right? So trimmer plugin is, as the name implies, it's just a volume trim, right? It does not affect tone in any way, right? It's just to trim, to boost or cut the signal level. So let me just play the overhead again. Okay, about 1.5 dB, all right? Okay, so sometimes if I sort of hear that the overheads are a little bit heavy to the right, so the left hand side I'll try and compensate up a little bit. Okay, cool. Now, one thing I sort of want to check with the overheads, okay, is I want to check the phase. Now, phase is very important. You saw just now when I was flipping the polarity on the kick drum, one sounded a little fuller than the other, and that's what I kind of went for. Generally speaking, all right, whenever you are recording more than one channel of anything, you have to be very careful. If you're using 2 or more microphones, you have to be very, very careful of phase cancellation. Okay, so again, I won't go into the detailed theory of what it is, but basically, right, phase sounds bad lah. Okay, phase cancellation sounds bad, right? It sounds a little hollow. It sounds thinner. It makes it makes your track sometimes sound a little bit weird. Okay, so we'll talk about phase cancellation in a different video next time. Okay, so what I'm going to do to check phase, okay, is I'm going to use this. Let me sort of disable this first. I'm going to use a plugin which is called, all right, it's under Waves. It's called Waves in Phase, okay, as the name implies lah. Okay, so as I'm analyzing, right, the overheads left and right, I want to load up the stereo version of this plugin. Okay, so what this does, okay, is really, really cool. Okay, what this does is that I play the audio sample and you will do a quick analysis, right? You will sort of analyze the audio, okay, and you will show the result. Okay, as it says, ready to capture. So let's play. Okay, capture. Okay, all right, and all it takes is a couple of seconds. All right, so it has already captured, it's already analyzed the audio. Okay, so then you can see the waveform. So on top, all right, this is the channel. This would be the overhead left, okay, because I pan it to the left. And then on channel 2, this channel, this will be the overhead right. Okay, let's zoom in. Okay, we can sort of zoom in and you can sort of see the waveform. Let's look at one of these transients. Okay, you can pretty much look at this. So looking at the waveform, they sound pretty okay. And then when I listen to it as well, right, it doesn't seem to any kind of major phase issues. Okay, but the reason why I want to check anyway is because firstly, I didn't record this, so usually if it's recorded elsewhere, you know, it's always good, you know, it's always just makes a good practice to always check lah and see. Okay, so first thing I want to do is let me play this back. Let's put the ooh, can you guys hear that? Right, now, hopefully you guys who are watching this mix stream, you are listening on this on either a good pair of headphones or earphones, or, you know, over a good pair of speakers lah, right? If you're listening to this on a mobile device, you very likely won't be able to hear what's happening, okay? So the moment I flip the polarity, oh, you can hear the out of phase sound, right? It sounds like, you know, the audio, the sound of the drums, the overheads is kind of swimming and circling around you. It gives me motion sickness, okay? So, listen to it without phase inversion, okay? Okay, and then when I phase invert, whoop, everything, the sound seems to be coming from left and right of the speakers and it's all over the head, okay? Okay, I don't know about you, but generally most people, all right, do not find this sound to be pleasing lah, okay? Now, a couple of other things you want to take a look as well is down here with this plugin, it has a correlation meter. So, generally when your correlation is a positive value, right, in this case blue, it's good, okay? Means you have a positive correlation, right? Your phase has got positive correlation. Now, if it goes towards the yellow, the meter starts showing. So, for example, if I click this, immediately, oh, it goes yellow, you see? right? It goes to a negative value. So that kind of tells you there is some kind of a negative correlation, some kind of phase cancellation is happening. So I just want to explore and see whether I can make this better. It sounds pretty good in phase already. Kudos again goes out to Haslan, right? He did a good job of recording this, making sure that, you know, phase and all these things is all taken care of. But let's take a look, right, and see whether we can sort of improve this or not. So based on this, looks pretty good actually. Looks pretty good, you know. So let me adjust. What we're going to do is I'm going to adjust the delay values on one of these channels and see whether the correlation improves lah. Okay, all right. Okay, the meters are very useful, but in the end we also have, don't forget, we need to judge and listen with our ears as well. Let's move this, let's delay this a little bit. Let's see whether it gets better. Okay, slightly, right? It goes, as you noticed just now, it goes from 0.17 to 0.18. Let's do a little bit more. I know, right? Okay, you kind of get, it doesn't get any better, which means that, okay, this means that it's the recording, the tracks are very much in phase in the first place, okay, right? Because the only sort of delay that I needed to do was 0.06 milliseconds, okay? 0.06 milliseconds here, we are talking about, let me do very quickly a quick math, okay? All right, 1 millisecond is about 1 foot. That's about 0.3 0.3 meters. Okay, 0.3 meters. So that's about 30 cm lah. Okay, so 0.1 milliseconds would be 3 cm. So 0.6, you're talking about phase delivery. You know, talking about maybe, you know, the overhead mics being just slightly off balance by like what, 1 cm, right? So it is not a huge deal lah. Okay, so very good job. Okay, so let's keep this in mind, right? A delay of 0.06. Okay, even though it's a slight, it's almost, you can't really hear a huge difference out of it. But let's keep this in mind. Okay, so a delay on the left overhead by 0.06 milliseconds. Okay, let's bypass this. Let's deactivate the in phase, and let's go back over here to this channel, the track, the overhead track. So over in Cubase, all right, I have this section which is called the inspector. Your DAW will have maybe its own form or something similar as well, right? It's like an information panel over here. Over here, I have the track delay in milliseconds. So what I'm going to do is, let's input that value, okay? 0.06, okay? And this will already delay this whole left overhead track by 0.06 lah. Okay, so that will give you the same result of what we did inside the in-phase plugin. Okay, so let's play it. Let's double check, make sure that it's okay. Okay, let's bypass it. Okay, right. Okay, the difference is so small, it's, you almost can't really tell it, right? I almost can't really hear what's going on as well. Okay, so that shows that, you know, the miking, the recording was done really good. Good job out there to Haslan. Okay, all right. So let's take this out. Okay, let me sort of remove this. Okay, in a second. Right. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, let's get it out. Okay, all right. Let's go back to the overheads. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Oh, okay. I was dragging this here and then dragging it over here. That's why it's still there. Okay, that's so weird. Okay. Okay, let's drag it. Let's get rid of it. Okay. Otherwise, it's like it's taking up CPU resources. Okay, now one thing I want to use on the overhead channel, as you can sort of take a look in here, this is an instance of the Aosis E2 de-esser. So de-esser, right, is a plugin, as the name implies. It's usually, de-essers were originally designed to use on sibilants, on vocals, right? So what is sibilance? Sibilance is usually caused by like a hard consonant such as the S, you know, the S sound, the T sound, right? These high frequency sounds that's generated by, you know, these kind of consonants like S, T, the Z, you know, those kind of consonant letters. So it helps to bring and reduce down as these S's. So the usage of a de-esser is very versatile actually. It can be used to sort of target whatever these kind of harsh frequencies as well. So in this case, I am using this to sort of soften the overheads a little bit. Okay, so there is a little preset that's already in there. So what is it going to do is that every time the crashes, right, the cymbals are hit, it just kind of massages, right? It just kind of softens it a little bit. Okay, so let's play it through. All right, and even the hi-hat as well. Okay, but primarily is during the crashes. As you can see, when it goes yellow. Okay, not a lot, as you can see. This is just like 1.5 dB the most. Okay, very very mild, just to tuck in the extreme high frequencies. Make sure that it doesn't it doesn't sound too harsh. Again, let's solo again the overheads. Okay. Okay, all right. So what I'm hearing here is maybe a little bit of resonance from the snare. Okay, this one. It's about 1.2K, right? This could be a characteristic of the room, the surrounding room, okay? Maybe it's got that kind of a reflection that's around this frequency, but otherwise, other than that, it's pretty good, okay? There's, I think the low end is kind of already been filtered out, so I'm good with that. Let's just leave it at that. Okay, one more. Okay, there's one more frequency here. 400, okay? All right. So it's very, very typical actually of drums, of overheads, especially between 350, 400, because those are usually the boxy kind of frequencies. So just chop that out a little bit. And that's it, right? That's all that's necessary. Okay, let's move on then. Let's bring in the snare. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, okay, I also used snare samples, right? So I actually used two snare samples here actually. One is the snare 11 NRG, right? And another one is called snare VP. Again, the VP here is short for Vinnie Paul. Okay, Vinnie Paul, the signature model snare drum that's made famous by on Paramore Records. Okay, so that's on Paramore songs. So it's the exact same sample that's being used. So very popular with modern rock, especially pop punk and all that. A lot of times they always use this exact same sample in those kind of recordings. But I like to blend it in, right, because it helps to give a lot of body and a lot of attack as well. Let's just bring this in first. Okay, let's check the phase, okay? Alright, okay, right. So much better. There's all the low end that's back in when I flip the phase. Let's listen to it, okay? You listen to this, and then if I slightly thinner, a bit more body when I bring this in. Okay, so both are about minus 15. Okay, now I am going to sort of reintroduce the snare. Let's bring that in. Again, same thing. Let's sneak this guy in. Okay, let's solo this. Okay, because to just use all the samples purely, right? For me, it kind of robs a little bit of the life, from it. So I'm trying to blend, right? I'm trying to blend the samples in with the recorded snare tracks. So let's listen to this, right? Okay, let me just roll off some of the highs, some of the hi-hat that's in there. Okay, a bit of right. right? It's again about 415, 410 hertz around that area. Seems to be something that's already inherent lah in the sound, right, of the drums in that room. Okay, so very quickly as you work towards all the different tracks, right, you sometimes can identify, you can pinpoint, right, there's always the same issues that prop up. Okay, all right. Check the phase again. Alright, okay, so the way it is the best, it's perfect. Okay, same thing. I'm going to chuck in the limiter, the Boss limiter, little clipper, just to sort of clip the top. Just a little bit, okay? Right, sweet. Let's move on snare bottom now. Okay, same thing. Let's put in the... Now with the snare bottom, it's more of just to capture the rattle. It's just to capture the snare rattle and stuff like that. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Okay, there's a bit of that from the resonance of the snare. See, it's down that same frequency, right? So that's kind of coming, some of the resonance that's coming from the snare lah, okay? So let's cut it out. I don't really need that. I just want the rattle of the snare. That's good. So this is a matter of just blending it in. Right, okay, just a tiny bit, right? Doesn't need much. Doesn't need much. Very cool. So now a couple of other things which I also did. Now they sent me a snare sample track, but I didn't really like the sound of it, so I'm not going to use it. Okay, let me just disable that so that it doesn't distract me. Okay. Now a couple of things that I've did was the hi-hats, right? I have already sort of edited out all the areas, all the sections where the hi-hat isn't playing, right? So it's kind of an unnecessary bleed in that instance. So I only have the hi-hats playing around these sections, okay? So let me bring in, same thing, right? Tape and the console emulation. Let's just loop and solo this section, okay? Okay. Hi-hat, it's not much to do. Just roll out everything below 450 in this case. So I don't need all the low end. Okay. Let me listen to it. It's a little bit, it's not a lot, a tiny bit at about 2.4K. Okay, and let's just pan it left. Okay, for me, when I do hi-hats, man, alright, in most of the cases, especially with modern rock stuff, I just go all the way hard left, okay? Okay, I just want my drums to sound as wide and as big as possible. And you do that by panning it all the way hard left, hard right lah. Okay, a couple of things. Let's add in the... Okay, I mentioned earlier, I also overlaid some cymbals, okay? Right? Because one thing I mean, I don't want to say, right? Let me put this in a nice way, okay? Kick drum and snare drum, you can kind of get away with like sometimes you want like maybe ratty and you know, bad sounding drums. A good example I would, you know, that I would cite would be, you know, Saint Anger by Metallica. You know, it's considered by some people to be a awful sounding snare drum, you know, sounds like, you know, a tin can, like a trash can kind of a sound, you see, right? It's super hyper compressed, you know, it's super EQ'd, you know, it's what some of people would consider it's a bad drum sound. But of course, in that case, it works lah. It works in the context of that song, you see, of that production. They want it to be sounding as trashy and as aggressive as possible. So it makes sense to use a bad sound to create that kind of effect. But now in the case of cymbals though, it's a little bit hard. If you kind of use cheap cymbals. I don't like to use the word, right? Maybe like if it's like the cheaper, the more lower entry range of cymbals, right? They inherently is going to sound that way already. So that is something that mixing cannot change. One thing that everyone, if you're watching out there, right, especially if you are, new upcoming recording or mixing engineers, do take into account. Remember that 60 to 70%, I would say even up to 80% of the result of the mix has got nothing to do with your mixing skills or the gear or the plugins or whatever techniques you are using. So much of that boils down to the song arrangement, the choice of the sounds, and the performance, the delivery by the artist, by the performers, the musicians or the singers. These other factors that come before have so much more influence on the outcome of the final product rather than your mix. Okay, so that's why it's very important. So in this case of cymbals, I felt I had to overdub and to sort of sample and add a sample of some nice sounding cymbals. Okay, so in this case, these were also from Steven Slate drums. If I'm not mistaken, these were samples of like Zildjian K series and his A series cymbals. So this is just again to blend in and to add in, right? Just to give it a bit more fuller, richer kind of a cymbal sound. Okay, so let's bring that in. All right. Yeah, so it's bigger, already. It's a much bigger sound compared to. Okay, let's listen to that section again, right? The intro with the two attacks. So this is just with the recorded tracks. Okay, and then this would be with the sampled cymbals. Yeah, so it's bigger, it's richer sounding, okay? Okay, so the crashes now sound a lot more richer, sound a lot bigger. Okay, another thing that also came on with the Steven Slate samples that I use is that they usually come on with a room mic as well. Okay, so these tracks were not recorded with any room mics, and it's understandable. Okay, no worries. Not everyone has the capacity of running let's say more than 8, maybe 8 inputs into your interface. Okay, most interfaces usually have up to maybe 6 or 8 inputs only at one time, right? If you want to get more than 8 inputs, you need to expand it, usually getting another 8 channels via digital using ADAT or some other form, right? And when you do that, definitely the cost of your system goes up by a lot because you're essentially adding a whole new interface. You're adding like from 8 channels, you want to get up to 16 channels. But so sometimes the room mics will be the one of the areas where we kind of have to sacrifice a little bit. So let's go with this room sound. Let's listen to it. This is the room that comes with the Steven Slate drum samples. Right, so it's a big sounding room. Okay, let me EQ it a little bit. Okay, that's a little bit honky over there, so I want just to notch it out a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I want to really compress the heck out of this. Okay, so let me try. Let's go to using the Klanghelm. Okay, so now, Klanghelm is a software developer. They make a lot of really cool plugins. But these over here, they have a couple of compressors. The one we're going to use is called the MJUC Junior. But they also have the DC1A3. They have the IVG12. Okay, these are all different models of compressors. Okay, but these ones that are available, okay, these are free of charge, which you can download on the website. Okay. Right, I have the link to a lot of the plugins that I use. It's down in the description below. So if you want to check it out, if you want to download all these the plugins to try them out, right, you can do it. It's free of charge. Okay, so this is the MJUC Junior, right? The Junior is a free version now, of course. The fully paid version, of course, is fully featured, but even the Junior sounds really good already. So I'm going to compress this drum kit. So let's go with a fast attack and release, and let's see how it goes. Okay. Okay, you can see it's being smashed. Okay, right. Let's put a makeup gain. Okay, let's bypass. This is without compression. Right. So you see the compression? The compression brings out all the ambience and all the sustain of the drum samples, right? Right, and it helps to sort of tame down some of the peaks as well. I'm just curious. Let's listen to how it would sound on a slow time constant. It'd probably sound different. Okay, you see? All right. On a slow time constant, the attack and the release is a little bit slower because what it does, it allows some of that transient hits, right, to sort of come through. It's not what I want. Okay, I already have plenty enough of the attack coming from the samples itself. So let's go back with the fast. Quick listen to auto. Let's see what auto does. Not bad. Auto's good as well. Let's go with fast again. Okay, I like fast. Okay, I like it fast because it seems to give a little bit more energy to it. So let's stick with that. Okay, so doing this, right, gives me the room sound. It gives me all the room ambience, and this is practically, technically, how you can always get another room sound as well. You can do it via different methods. You can also take maybe a group, a subgroup of all the drums that you did, and you can also fake it. You can run it maybe through a reverb and then compress it, right? Maybe I'll do another video another day on how you can fake room drum sounds, okay? But for me, the easiest way is just to use these samples. So let's blend it in. Let's see how it goes, okay? Let's just play this section again. So immediately with the rooms, there's so much more energy to it already. Let's bypass without. Okay, it's a little bit small, a little bit dry. Yeah, right? So this is big, right? Immediately you can hear the depth, right? The front to back behind it. You hear the room, right? And you still have the kick, the punch, right? Of the kick and snare in your face. So it's in your face, but you still hear that depth behind it, okay? Very, very cool. Right, so I like the way it sounds. Okay, last part of the drums would be the toms. Okay, now, so you can see that I've done a bunch of editing over here. So what I've done is actually whenever the toms are not playing, right, I've done a little bit of clip gain, right? So whenever the toms are not playing, I brought it down at about minus 15 dB, right? So there are various ways you can do it. You can, use gates, right? But gates are a little bit unpredictable, all right? So sometimes if it's a different threshold, it might either cut something out or something it might, let some of the too much of the unwanted bleed through. So with DAWs, it's so easy to do it manually, okay? So, you could just, all you need to do is zoom in, right up to the transient of the tom, do a little cut, and wherever it ends, right, usually I aim for wherever the next hit or maybe a cymbal crash is, I do a cut there as well, right? And then I just bring it down, right? So you might be asking, why don't I just, delete it? Why don't I just do this? Okay, there's a very, very good reason why, okay? Now, the sound of a drum kit, when you stand in front of a real drum kit and the drums are being played, when the drummer plays the drum for you, when let's say Muiz tengah main the drums kan, okay? You listen to it carefully, all right? All the entire kit, right? When the drum kit is playing, if you, let's say, just doing a kick, snare, and hi-hat pattern, the toms are actually resonating, okay? Right? So the toms are resonating, every part of the drum kit is resonating along with the rest of it. Every time you hit a snare drum, the toms resonate. A little bit of the kick also resonates. Same thing with the kick drum. When you hit a kick drum, the toms will also ring a little bit. So all these kind of resonances actually is part and parcel of the drum sound, right? It's very integral. What makes a drum sound real now, okay? So the word that we used to use is the glue. This is what glues a drum sound together. So in my case, I don't want to totally remove all this bleed. It's there, okay? It's there because it's part of the drum sound. So what I want to do is I want to sort of control it a little bit. So this is what we do, okay? So I've gone through all the tom tracks all the way to the end, right? And just, brought the bleed down by about 15 dB. I'm not removing it totally, so it's there. It functions as the glue. It makes the sound real. It makes the whole drum sound a little bit more cohesive, but I have it under control lah, okay? So let's go with the floor tom first. Okay, so same thing. Let's chuck in the tape and console, and now let's listen to this tom. Okay, let's select this and let's just loop this section for a second, okay? Right, solo the toms, and I want to solo the overheads because it's very important. I'm going to check first of all for how the phase relationship is, right, with the overheads. It's very, very important. Okay, let's flip the phase. Cool, right? Phase is good, right? Again, very subtle difference, okay, which shows that, recording wise, Haslan did a good job, okay? So, there are no major phase issues, okay? So let's bring this in. Let's blend this in a little bit. Okay, now we can mute the overheads. So just concentrate on the toms. Okay, let's filter out all the bottom. We don't need 60. Okay, so a bit of resonance here. For 430, you have that, it sounds like a bucket, kind of a plastic bucket kind of a sound. So let's get that away. Okay, one more up here. At about 1K. Okay, cool. All right. So there's actually a little bit, you can hear a little bit of the cymbals, right? But let me deal with that in the group here, okay? The tom group. There we go. So everything above 6.7K, right? Okay, so the toms, as you can see, these are all actually sent into a group. The overheads as well, they all send into an overhead group. And the reason why I do this is I always like to group similar sounding parts together, okay? So snare, right? The snare mics are all routed into a snare group, and so on and so forth, right? Later on down, you can also see, right? The bass, the guitar is also routed into groups. So I explained this process, right? My layout, my workflow in another video, which is called my Cubase project template, right? You can head on down, okay? You click on the channel, right? Look into my channel. You can go into the videos, the list of videos. You can check it out, right? So in that video, I explain the details behind this in detail, so I'm not going to talk about it so much. Okay, let's go again with the toms. Okay, let's solo that. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to add a bit of body to it. So what I love to use is, again, by Boss Digital, it's an EQ called Bark of Dog, right? If you watch my mix streams, you see I've used this quite a lot, okay? So this is a, it's a low frequency enhancer. It's used to boost the low frequencies, right? But it does it in a sort of a clever way, lah, okay? So it there are a few modes. One is called classic, one is called passive. But what it does, it's trying to emulate some of the filter curves with the low end, okay? The low end filter curves of some classic EQ analog circuitry. Okay, because what happens is that, right, when you sort of boost, let's say you boost the frequency at 100 hertz, right? It's not just strictly a boost at 100 hertz, because the way the frequency used to work, okay, you get a little kind of a dip at the surrounding frequencies as well. So maybe at about 150, you get a little dip, a little cut. So this gives you a very unique, all right, kind of a EQ curve when you are applying these, right? So with digital EQs, right, it's different, okay? So this is trying to sort of model the behavior of an analog EQ, right? So there are different modes. There's classic, there's passive. Passive is a more akin of like a Pultec EQ, where you can do this trick. You can boost, right, your low end, and you can also do a cut at the same time, right? And it gives you a very, very unique kind of a curve, right? Combo is a combination between the two. It's kind of in between lah. So let's do this. I usually go for about 5 dB first, a 5 dB boost, right? Because that gives me a good amount. And then let's see which frequency. Let's do it purely by ear, okay? All right. So I'm not looking at the filter. I'm not looking at the spectrum analyzer over here, okay? Let's do it by ear. Let's kind of put it up about here first. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find the frequency, the root, especially the root frequency, right, that makes the tom fuller. Okay, I just want to give the tom a little bit more bottom, a little bit more body. You want it more fuller sounding. So let's do this. Okay, all right. Closing my eyes. Okay, let's do it. Okay, I want to go to the point where I can hear the boost, and then when I go lower, it doesn't boost anymore. All right, let's go back up. Okay, I can hear it losing the body already. So around here. So that's 140. Okay, let's take a look. Are my ears tricking me or not? Okay, let's look at the analyzer. Okay. And let's look at the peak of this. Yay! 147. Okay, close enough lah. Okay, all right, 143. Okay, so yes, it's very important to use your ears. Right, so a lot of DAWs, modern DAWs, have all these analyzers, which are good mixing tools. It really helps you to sort of look and sort of visualize the frequencies in whatever you're doing in the mixing process. But you don't rely 100%. You must always ultimately rely on your ears and how it sounds. Okay, so okay, hopefully this is a good exercise. Right, I still train. I still do my training exercises, right, from time to time. Okay, so yeah, so it's about 140. Okay. Whew, right, lega, okay? Right, so I'm still fortunate that I still have my ears. Okay, let's bring this back in. I'm going to switch between different modes. I want to see which one gives the best result, okay? So this classic mode. Passive, slightly different shape. I like the passive mode, right? It sounds a little bit more fuller than the classic mode. Passive mode is more of the filter curve of a passive EQ. The most famous passive EQ is the Pultec lah. All right, so this emulates the curve of the Pultec. So yeah, that's what we need. Okay, let's play that section again. Okay, right, so I'm just going to pan this a little bit to the left, maybe about 30 to the left. Let's go to the floor tom, okay? Let's listen to this one. Let's repeat the same process lah. Okay, solo toms with overheads first. Check the phase. Okay, let me load this in. The tape and the channel console emulation. Flip the phase. Now, when I flip the phase, it sounds like it's a little bit more body, but the body that kind of comes out is a bit more weird, a little bit more of a weird resonance. So I kind of preferred it with the original, the way it was, okay? So even though there is a little bit of cancellation, it's actually cancelling out those frequencies that I don't want, those boxy sounding frequencies. So let's leave it at that, okay? So here we go. Toms. Okay, let's EQ it out. Right, so yeah, right, with drums, with toms, it's almost always these offending frequencies, 300, 350, 400. In this case, it's 420. 420 jokes anywhere, guys, okay? Okay. Okay, now, so there is a bit of an overtone, which, let's see, there's an overtone above the fundamental. Let's see how it goes. At about 260 over here, okay? There's a danger sometimes. Sometimes if you be a little bit too aggressive with the overtones, right, you actually suck the life out of it. So it's important to always kind of listen to the entire drum mix in context and see how it sounds, okay? So you don't want to suck out too much of it either, okay? So let's go again. Let's loop the floor tom. Okay, don't need everything below 50 hertz. You don't need that. Okay, let's do again Boz Digital Labs, bark of dog. Let's find a good frequency to boost it, okay? Let's start up here. It's about 100, I guess. It's about 100. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's around there. It's about 100, 110 actually. All right. So let's go with Pass Classic. In this instance, again, passive sounds fuller, sounds a little bit better to me. Okay, so let's just leave it at that. So let's check again the balance between the two. Okay, right. Let's maybe not pan the toms way too hard. Okay, let's check in this section. Okay, this section is the the floor tom needs to be a little bit louder. Sweet. Okay, now what we're gonna do is let's put some reverb, okay? A little bit of reverb time, okay? Right, so even though I have the room, I feel like it's probably need a little bit more of reverb on the toms and some of the overheads. Now, here's an interesting thing about reverb, okay? If you watch some of the videos, tutorial videos that's done by Chris Laudelge, for example, he doesn't put reverb on the close mics. And the reason for that is because he does not want to push these mics further in the back, you see. Because every time you add reverb, it pushes the elements further back in the mix. You want, in this case, I want the snare and everything to be really upfront and punchy. So I'm going to add reverb only to the overheads. Okay, so what I'm going to add is this reverb called Reverence, okay. So Reverence is comes bundled with Cubase. It comes bundled with Cubase, all right. You can of course use any kind of reverb plugin that you have, right? So this is actually a stock. It's actually a stock reverb, right? But this is a convolution reverb. So what is convolution reverb? Okay, so convolution reverb uses impulse responses. Okay, you've probably heard the word if you're a guitar or bass player. Okay, IRs. Okay, so IRs are not only being used for amp modeling and speaker and cabinet modeling. It's also used for modeling a lot of different stuff. It's used to model effects units. It's used to model reverbs. It's used to model actual acoustic spaces, right? So impulse responses actually has very wide applications. So what I'm gonna do in here is this is a convolution reverb. So I'm gonna load an impulse response, right, from my impulse response library. Okay, so let's see, where is it? Inside VST-FX SIR impulse responses. Okay, cool. So these are all impulse responses that I've kind of collected over the years, right? I have different models, right? Eventide models, Eventide Eclipse, Eventide H3000, Lexicon 480, 490, PCM 70, 1991, Sony DRE, TC Electronics 6000, Bricast TM7, Yamaha SPX 990, okay? And the cool thing about all these impulse responses, okay, these are actually all I've actually put all these IRs up for free. If you head on down, okay, to the description, you can sign up. All right, if you sign up to my newsletter, all right, you get access to download all these impulse responses for free. Okay, so head on down there. And in the meantime, if you're looking down in the description below, okay, don't forget, right? If you haven't subscribed already, please do subscribe, okay? Thank you very much, okay? So, okay, let's load this impulse response. One of the favorites that I always use is the one from the Yamaha SPX 990. It's a good old, kind of inexpensive effects unit, right? But it's really, really, really good sounding. So this is actually a preset. It's one of the sounds that's inside the Yamaha SPX 990 effects unit. So this is called snare plate. Okay, let's load that in. And I'm going to send the overheads, okay? So this is something, a trick which I kind of learned from watching Chris Lord-Alge. Okay, so this is how it sounds. Okay. Okay, let's send the reverb. So yeah, so I'm kind of sending the overheads drum sound into the reverb, okay? So now the overheads are a little bit more, because they're more cymbal heavy, I want to sort of EQ the reverb a little bit, okay? And it's very important to, you know, sculpt the reverbs and EQ the reverbs as well. I don't want the reverb to be sounding too splashy. So I've actually already done a little bit of high passing and a little bit of low pass as well at 10K. But I sort of want to bring this down a little bit, okay? So let's bring this down. Yeah. Let's bring it down to about 6K. So this gives it a nice gentle roll off, right, of all the high frequencies. So the reverb is there. You can have the depth, the front to back of it, but without it sounding too splashy, too spitty, and too harsh, okay? So let's go. Let's listen to how it sounds with it. Let's listen to how it sounds without. This is with. Without. Okay. Right, again, this again gives you more of that size, right? The front to back kind of image, right, of the drum set, of the drums. Okay, so it's punchy, right? The samples are adding all that punch. The close mics are adding all that. But then the room, right? The reverb is adding the size, right? It's giving you the extra front to back. Okay, so I'm going to add that into the toms as well. So let's do this little tom section, the intro. Okay, overall toms, let's go send it to reverence. Let's see how much. Okay, doesn't need that much. It doesn't need as much as the overheads lah. Okay, let's quickly fast forward to the bridge section. Okay, because that's where the tom rolls play a main part in the song. Okay, let me solo the toms again, because let me solo the reverb actually, right? Because I'm hearing some weird kind of resonances. Let's listen to this section. There we go. Okay, right. It's a bit nasal, you know, that about 950 to 1K kind of a sound. So let's cut that out. Okay, a bit of that as well. Same thing, 410, 400 hertz, that same culprit there seems to be popping up everywhere, okay? So again, that might be a characteristic of the drum kit. It can be a characteristic of the room, okay? Okay, that sounds better. Let's go back to this bridge section. I feel it could probably roll off a little bit more of the top end from the reverb actually, and I'll do that by, firstly, I'm going to select a gentler curve. So I go with 6 dB per octave, so it's gentler. So doing this, I can pull it down to a much lower cutoff frequency. Okay, so let's go down and see. Let's go with that section again. Yeah, so I can go all the way down to 2.5, right, kilohertz, and start to have a much more gentler roll-off over there, okay? I kind of like the way it sounds right now. So sweet, okay? Let's listen to the old drum sound again. Here we go. Okay, let's bring down this. Let's just leave the it sounds a little bit reverberant now, okay, because of the room, right? It sounds like it's a lot of reverb, but bear in mind, okay, all right, we have not brought in the bass here, not brought in the rest of the instruments yet, okay? So maybe once we bring in all the other parts, it's gonna be just nice lah, okay? It's gonna be just enough. Okay, now let's double check a few other things. Let's go back to the drums. Okay, now I mentioned that I don't like using compression on all the individual channels, right? Right, the most I use is limiting, and if I do any compression, I'm doing it on maybe the room mics and room channel lah. But what I do, right, I do like to put a compressor across the overall stereo drum mix, and this is what I'm going to do right now. Okay, so here this is an API. The one that I love to use is called the API 2500. Okay, I love using this on drums, so let's just run it through and let's see how it sounds. Okay. Already it's already adding a bit of energy. I have to compensate, right, with the makeup gain for a second. Hold on a second. Right, let's do manual makeup. About 2 dB. Let's listen. Yeah, so it's adding all that energy in, right? I love to use this compressor. You know, a little bit wimpy. Suddenly, you know, all that energy, excitement is back in. That's cool, okay? Let me mess around with the attack, okay? All right. The reason why I'm not adjusting this is because, again, this is something I've already set. All right, knowing what my levels are gonna be, and my threshold is kind of gonna be targeting this. Okay, I'm gonna play around with the attack now. So the most obvious thing with the attack you hear is most likely on the snare. Once I use a much slower attack time, you hear much more of the attack of the snare coming through. Now it's at the fastest mode, so it's really kind of grabbing the transient lah. Okay, so sometimes it's a bit too much. Sometimes I would like to loosen up a little bit. Let's just listen to it. Bypass. Yeah, I think I like this. Right, this is 1 millisecond, right? Because at the fastest 0.03, it's super fast. It kind of grabs and grabs the transient away. So 1 millisecond, this setting here kind of gives the snare a little bit of that punch again. So I still have that energy that's being squeezed out. The compressor is really squeezing out and bringing out the energy, right? But I'm still letting the transient of the snare go through. So yep, okay. All right, so now with all these settings, right, whatever I've EQ'd, whatever processing I'm setting, there's a saying that I know I've learned, right, from the past. There's a saying whenever in mixing, right, or whenever you're doing recording in general, any kind of audio, right, you want to set, but you don't forget, okay? Set, but don't forget. So whenever you have, like, say you've done a setting, you've set, your compression settings, you've set your ratio, you set your attack, you've done this EQ or whatsoever. Okay, you set it, move on, right? But don't forget what you did because, right, because this is going to affect everything later on downstream down the line, okay? Right. So if you have any questions about this, right, please just feel free and leave it down there, okay? Right. So, hey, if I have not if I'm not managed to get to your comments, I'm sorry, okay? All right, the band is there, all right? Say hi, and you can always ask the band's questions. Okay, that is drums. So, jom, let's kita gerak. Next thing, let's move over to the bass. But let me just double check. Let me see my stereo is running. Okay, good. Okay, sometimes I forget that my stereo plugins are running there. I'll get into that in a little bit in a second, okay? So next one, bass. So the bass has come in. They've given me a couple of tracks. Right, there's a bass amp and a bass DI track. Okay, there's also a little fill in here lah, right? But I'll look at that later. So let's look at the bass amp track first, okay? So it's cool. Haslan, what kind of amp and mic setting were you guys using for this? Okay, so maybe you can just leave it in the chat and let me know. I'll look into it later. Okay, so same thing here. Let's go and load up the tape and console emulation. What I would do is I would kind of roll off the 20 hertz first. Let's listen to the bass amp. Oh, this one. Sorry. Okay, nice. It's nicely recorded. This looks pretty even. All right. Sounding very even. So played well. All right. And you can sort of kind of hear a little bit of that grit that's coming up from it. Okay, that's very cool. Let's listen to the DI. Okay, now the DI in comparison kind of sounds a little bit boring now. All right, okay. But one thing about DI is that the low end, especially the lows, is usually a lot cleaner, is a lot smoother, lah. Okay, so let's sort of play around with this and see. Okay. Okay, it's a lot more cleaner. The bottom end, right? Especially the sub and the sub bass is a lot cleaner than the bass amp. Let's blend the two together and see. Okay, let's check the phase. Let me flip the phase again. When you're dealing with multiple sources, we will just flip the phase. Okay, all right. Yeah. Okay, when you flip it, you see. Very thin sound. Yep, full sound, right? Oh, the bottom end has come back in. Okay, that's cool. That's very, very nice. Okay, what I feel like I want to do is... that now this bass amp is a little transient, a little bit too transienty for my like. So same thing, let's put in a clipper. Okay, all right, the clipper is really, really, really handy and really, really useful. Okay, let's load this in. Okay, I would just do a high pass at 20 hertz. All right, just because again I don't need all that lows. Okay, let's do a clipper there. Right, it's a bit too much. You can hear it distorting. Less than that. Let's do it a gentler amount. Okay, let's go with the start again. Okay. Yeah, about 50%. Let's give it a bit of a 50% kind of a curve, so it's not so hard. It's not such a hard clip over there. Let me try to roll off some of this a little bit more. Okay, let's go with the DI. Okay, now the DI is also a little bit clippy, right? It's a little bit like peaky sounding. So again, let's put in the clipper, okay, just to clip away some of that transient. Okay, this kind of immediately already kind of keeps all those peaks, the super loud peaks in control already. So this prepares it for the next stage of what I'm going to do with the amp, with the bass processing. Okay, so right, so the bass amp and the bass DI are all going to be going into this bass group. So let's check it out. So what do I have in the bass group? A couple of things. Okay, so first thing that I have, right, so this is being bussed together, is the Wave C4 stereo. Actually, wait, before I do that, I almost forgot, okay? Let's do a quick phase check on the two, okay? So I mentioned earlier, right, of how always check the phase when you're doing with multiple sources. So we're going to do and utilize the exact same plugin which I use on the overheads, which is the Waves in phase, okay? Waves tool in phase. stereo, because again, we're analyzing two different sound sources, okay? Play the bass, let's capture it. Stereo bass, huh? Interesting sound. Okay, there you go. All right. So let's check. Okay, this is again, all right, this is a good habit to do, all right? So it sounds actually pretty good, but this is just a matter of just double checking. Okay. Okay, zoom in to, let's say, maybe this one. Okay, let's zoom in here. So on the top is the amp, right? You can see the bass amp track is a little dirtier, okay? Right, it's a little fuzzier looking compared with the DI track. The bottom one is the DI track. So what we want to look is the start of the waveform. Okay, pretty good actually. Still looks pretty good. Okay, the amp, as you can sort of see, let's look at where the peak is. You can see the peak of the amp is like slightly delayed, slightly late, and that's natural, right? Whenever you are recording a amp with a mic in a DI, right, the signal that's coming from the amp is always going to be a little bit behind the bass DI, the DI track. Okay, the reason is because, right, it takes time, right? It takes maybe a few microseconds and milliseconds for the signal to go from your bass into the cable. It goes into the amp circuitry, then going out through the amp speaker, right? And speakers, it's all a physical process. You see, there is not just electrical, right? You need to transfer it to the physical movement of the speaker coil, and then the speaker cone. Then that gets captured by the microphone, which is again, you know, with the diaphragm and the coil, converted into electrical signal, blah blah blah. So the entire signal chain, right, there is a little bit of delay, it's always going to be slightly later on. So in some cases, some people are fine with the sound, but in some instances, sometimes I find it's useful that when you line it up, right, it will result in a fuller bass sound. But again, there's no right, there's no wrong. Some people do it, some people don't, right? In this case, I will show you, right, what I'm going to do, right, because it's good to have it there rather than not lah. Okay, so I am going to delay the DI track. All right, generally speaking, I prefer to kind of push things a little bit back. Right, it somehow feels better. I don't really have an explanation why, but it feels better just to push this a little bit back. Okay, so I'm going to push this a little bit back. So let's see. Okay, you can see that the waveform will move, and also as early on, let's hopefully see that the correlation meter also gets grows as well. Let's take a look. Okay, let's move this back. And weirdly enough, in this case, it does not look like the correlation is getting any better. It seems to be actually getting worse. Right? See, so in the end, it's also about using your ears. It's not necessarily looking at meters as well. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Okay, let's look at it at the rest of the waveform. Okay, so I see. Okay, right. So sometimes it's because it's not right. It's not necessarily because of transient. It's also maybe because of these the parts of the waveform which is coming behind as well. So it's always a it's a balance to try and find a good compromise. Let's try flipping this and see what happens. Okay, let's pull this back. I'm just curious. Let's just see how it sounds. So this one looks like it's improving. Right, if I'm delaying the DI by, let's see, by how much? By 1.58 milliseconds. That's quite a lot, but let's listen to how it sounds first, okay? Not only am I inverting the phase, but I'm also delaying it, okay? Let's see. Okay, yep. So if I delay this, it's bad. So this is 0.25. Let's listen to it. Okay, let me bring it to the center. Interesting, okay? So even though now you're hearing it stereo, I sort of hear everything sounds a little bit more solid this way. So let's try and do it, okay? Let's do a quick comparison. So let's remember, okay, on the DI, phase is inverted, okay? Polarity is inverted 180 degrees, and the delay is 1.58 milliseconds, okay? Let's remember these two values. Let's turn off the in phase. Let's go to the DI, delay by 1.58 milliseconds. Let's center it, okay, and then let's do a comparison, okay? Phase invert, let's check it out. Let's see how it sounds. Nice. Yep, see, when I flip the phase, it sounds thin. Much fuller, much better, okay? Let's check the delay. So this is with no delay. Yeah, see, it's a bit more scooped. 1.58. Suddenly becomes so much fuller. So yes, that's right, you know. So definitely, in this case, you know, trusting the meters was the right thing to do. Okay, so what I've done now, right, the base DI, right, has been delayed by 1.58 milliseconds. That's kind of probably the amount of time that it took for the signal to go through the circuitry, the amp, the bass amp, the mic speaker core and everything, and then being captured back again, right? 1.58 milliseconds, okay? So just by doing this alone, no EQ, no nothing, already made the bass sound so much fuller this way, okay? This is even before we did any EQ or any sort of compression, okay? So very, very cool. Okay, hang on a second. Show right. Da-da-da. Right, so yeah, I was looking at the comments. Hassan was saying for bass is a hard key 4x10 cap and an old PV T-Max head. Okay, Ibanez sound gear bass with a bit of compression for control. Okay, all right. So that's why it was kind of pretty even, right? As I see, so that's good, right? You can look at this waveform; it's really even throughout. Okay, relatively speaking, lah. Because I know if you record without a compressor, you will see that it's going to be a lot more peaky throughout. So very, very good, cool. Okay, it's good. It's a good idea, right? Personally, when I record with bass, when I record vocals and guitars, vocals, bass, and maybe clean guitars, I'll use compression, right? Because somehow running it through a compressor, right, it's somehow gives a much more better result than having to deal with it in post. I can still deal with it digitally, you know, using plugins and in the mix, but somehow if you get that sound right in the sound source, right, the end result is somehow just better. It's easier to get to your end, to your desired end result in the end. But of course, right, with whenever you are using outboard hardware, compression or whatsoever, you got to be very mindful that once the compression is there, right, it's permanently there. You can't really get rid of it. You can't get rid of it. Okay, right. So in this case, of course, you can always resort to a safety. Okay, with a DI track lah. Okay, right. So that's cool. Let's go on with the bass. Now let's go over now to the first thing I want to do. Let's throw away the in phase. We don't need it. So first thing I have, right, is I use Waves C4 stereo. This is a multiband, right? A multiband compressor splits the audio spectrum into various different bands, like various different frequency bands. But in this case, for bass, I'm only using the low band, only one of these bands. So this is like about 180 hertz and below. So what it's just going to do is just to sort of control the low end, just to make it a little more even. So let's see how it sounds. Let's bring the threshold down a bit. Okay, again, not much, just there to sort of tuck in all the low frequency notes. Okay, so all the upper bands are all bypassed, so it's not affecting at all. Okay, cool. So next thing I want to do is that I usually run through is this one. This is called Surfer EQ. Okay, Surfer EQ is by Sound Radix. This is the Focusrite edition, which is like the light edition. It comes free, right? If you're a Focusrite user, you can go inside, log into your account, you can download it. Okay, all right. So what this does, Surfer EQ is an intelligent EQ. It can track the frequency, it can track certain frequencies, you can track the fractions, you can track the multiples or fractions of the frequency or the root frequency, and you can boost and cut accordingly, right? So see what it does. Okay, the Surfer band is the green color one. Let's see what happens when I play the bass. See F. See, it tracks the root note, the frequency, D sharp to F, right? So it does that in real time, and it opens up a lot of possibilities this way. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to sort of sort of hunt around for the some of the upper harmonics, which I don't want there. Again, I want to sort of clean it up a little bit. Alright, just a tiny touch, okay? So this is, I'm helping to sort of sculpt out a little bit of that 200, maybe to 300 range. So using search for EQ, it intelligently tracks the root note and, gets rid of that third harmonic up there, okay? So very, very useful, very, very smart tool, okay? So let's move on to the next thing, right? Next thing in the chain is the UAD, is a bit of compressor, right? So what I have here, this is the 1176 revision A, which is called the blue stripe, okay? So let's run this to like really, really nice compression. Let's see what we get, okay? Gain reduction on, let's turn it on. Okay, bypass. Okay, let's listen in context. Nice, okay? So it's really evened it out a little bit. I feel like I kind of want to run this whole bass amp to a little bit more grit, a little bit more dirt to it lah. So now, even though this is already an amp and a DI track, I think I want to do this, okay? I want to give it a little bit more grit to it, okay? Because this is, again, it's an alternative rock. It's like a much more modern rock kind of sound. So I want to chuck in a bass amp simulation. I'll go with the Ampeg SVT. This is the SVT VR. It's like the Tube Classic. So let's run through it and see how it goes, okay? Let's get rid of it. Let's give it a bit brighter. Let's go with the ultra high. Oh, hello. Okay, let's bypass it. I like how it sounds, man. I kind of like running it through the bass amp model. I feel like it gives it a little bit more grit, a little bit more energy, right? So, as mentioned earlier, this was a combination of an amp and a DI. So this was like a hard key bass amp. I find personally nowadays I don't record with bass amps anymore. I used to also have a hard key 4x10 as well, but I kind of find that unless you are using something like an SVT 8x10 or an Ampeg B15 or something really like with a tube, like a tube bass amp or something like that, I find that most modern bass amps are a little bit too clean, right? Too clean sounding, and then there's good and bad, there's pros and cons to it, okay? right? So it's just personally, I kind of prefer if I were to record, if a band comes in and wants to record a bass amp, right? Usually, we'll have to go and source and record a bass amp. But otherwise, right, I think it's not really worth it. Okay, but again, a different topic for a different time, lah. Okay, so cool. All right, MPEG VX SVT, there it is. Let's add a bit more stuff. The next thing I wanted to use is Bass Rider. So Bass Rider is a plugin which, helps to sort of level out the level of the bass. Okay, so very easy to use. Okay, you just need to set the range. Okay, let's play it. Okay, and set your target level. So your target level would be the sort of the average level which you want the bass to be sitting under. So let's play it. Right, and then you can see the rider control. It will automatically ride and control the volume fader. So around this. Okay, very nice. Okay, so another thing, the next thing I want to use is again one of the secret weapons when it comes to bass. Right, this is called Waves MB2. Right, also by Waves. So this is a combination. It does several things actually. It's super simple. There's only low level, high level output, 3 controls. That's it. No threshold, no attack, no ratio, no release, no whatsoever. Okay, but what low level compression is, it's a combination of like expansion and also parallel processing. So low level here, it helps to bring up all the low level information. So things like the detail, it brings up sustain, it brings up, it adds all those kind of good stuff that we really love and really enjoy. Okay, high level here in this case, okay, is the same old, is the normal kind of compression that we use. Okay, it will turn down and apply gain reduction whenever we exceed the certain threshold. Okay, so the great thing about low level is that you can add all the expansion, that all parallel processing, and it doesn't affect the transient. So in this case, that's what we want to do. So I'm just adding a little bit more energy to, right, in this case, bringing up the sustain, bringing up the detail of the bass, but I don't want to affect the transient because that for me is really sounding really good already. Okay, that's already kind of in control. So let's add this in. Okay, we have to compensate the output a bit. Okay, right. Yeah, see, especially when it gets on this long sustain note, the sustain is much more. Yeah, it holds. Right, it kind of holds on that solid note. Otherwise, sometimes these kind of long sustain notes tend to kind of fade out. It holds that low frequency there. Well, very cool. Okay, so let's check it out. With this little section there, it also has this fill. Generally speaking, I could always do the same thing. So let's just copy the setting over. Bass amp would go into here. Just drag and drop. Drag the bass DI settings over here. Okay, and let's remember this is also, the phase is also inverted, but we must also check the delay. Okay, so that's 1.58 milliseconds. Okay, let's not forget that. Let's listen to how it sounds. Okay, that's very interesting. Okay, so what I want to do here is I probably want to roll off again the bottom end, because what these guys did is that the main track, the main bass track, holds the root. This little fill, is doing a little kind of a melodic fill on top lah. So let's roll off. We don't need all the bottom end from this. Go. Yeah, we don't need all that bottom end from there. So same goes with the amp. Let's just roll off all the bottom. maybe you don't even need the amp track on this. Just use only the DI. Okay, I feel that this guy needs to be... We need to bring up the detail because some of the lower notes, the higher notes are a little bit getting a little bit lost. So this is where MV2 really excels lah, okay? So let's load this in. I want to sort of bring out all those notes in the fill, okay? Yeah, see, more sustain. Yeah, see, it's helping to bring out all the sustain that's in there, okay? A little bit of noise, a little bit of hiss, but that's fine, okay? That's all right in context of a rock mix. There you go. So much better, man. Just with that one control, right? It really helps all those notes to kind of cut through. So I guess we don't need the amp, right? Okay, because when you introduce the amp track signal into that, again, that low frequency, those low notes start to phase. You know, you get a bit of cancellation. You can hear a bit of like as if you put a phaser effect, like a chorus effect in it. So we don't really want that, okay? So that's the bass, all right? So now, next thing where the things are gonna get exciting, distortion guitars. Yeah, all right. So let's bring in the guitars. Okay, sweet. Let's do the first things first. Let's bring in our tape and console emulation. Okay, great. The guitar sounded really good. Just kind of curious though, Haslan, what kind of guitars are we using here? Huh? They sound like single coils. Are they? Are they single coils? Alright, sweet, okay. So similarly, alright, so the distortion guitars, there are actually a couple of tracks, alright. So there are these which are the amp tracks, and the ones at the bottom are the ones that are running through the amp simulator, okay. So we are just only using the amp tracks at the moment. For me, it sounds pretty good, okay. Okay, right, so these are being sent to a group, distortion group. Let me put a... Similarly, I also do this. Alright, let's chuck this instance of virtual mix rack down here. So here, this is a virtual mix bus, okay? So, you know, at the start of every channel, right, I use virtual channel, so that emulates the channel strip of a Neve console. But here, when I send it into a group, into a bus, right, I will use this instead to sort of emulate it. So same thing, but this is usually at the end of any kind of group or kind of a bus, okay? So Brit end settings, same thing, okay? So let's just leave it there. Okay, that's very cool. So let's go with the guitar. So first things first, let's really roll off all the bottom that we don't need. Okay, what I'm using here, oh, I forgot to mention because it's such a habit of mine to just pull this, plug it up, right? This is TDR Nova, right? TDR is by the developers called Tokyo Dawn Labs. So it's a parallel dynamic equalizer. So a parallel dynamic EQ, okay? Normal EQ is something where you can boost, you can cut the frequency, you can adjust the bandwidth, how much boost you want, how much cut you want, okay? But with a regular EQ, what a normal EQ does is when you apply a boost or a cut, it's going to be always there. You know, that cut is always going to be present in that track, right? Whatever audio that you are EQing. Now, a dynamic EQ is different. A dynamic EQ, right, as the name implies, it's kind of a combination of a compressor and an EQ. So it's like a frequency specific compressor, which means you can dial this EQ in, right, to respond to the dynamics of whatever audio signal you're processing, right? You can not only tune it to the frequency, but it also responds to the dynamics. So it's very powerful. You're gonna see me using this on a lot on the vocals, especially, right? But it's very, very powerful because what it does is that it gives a very, very transparent way of processing any kind of a signal, audio signal. So, for example, let's say if you want to EQ something out, you want to EQ this particular frequency, all right? And if you do so, right, when you are EQing it because there's this harsh ringing, but this harsh ringing doesn't happen all the time. Maybe it only comes out only in certain sections or certain parts of the song. So, but if you apply this cut, it means that that frequency is being cut on the rest of the track, even though you don't need it, you see. So in this case, if you can set a dynamic equalizer like this, you can only you will tell it to only apply that cut, to sort of cut or boost that frequency only when it happens, okay? Only when it exceeds too much, when it becomes a little bit harsh, then you go through it. So it's very, very useful. Okay, so with guitars first, let's just kind of filter out the extreme top end. Okay, so don't need anything above 10K, alright, so okay, at about 400 hertz. I'm not sure why this 400 is coming out again, even on the guitar tracks, right? So again, I kind of suspect, right, that this is maybe the characteristic of the room or something in the signal chain, because this 400 hertz seems to be popping up its head every time. Okay, so 400 hertz, right? I solo this band. Let's engage, right? To engage the dynamic EQ, right? I click on the threshold. Now I can go into split mode. Split mode will give all the separate 4 bands its own separate controls of the ratio. But I like to go into wide band. So wide band will be, right, it will have the same ratio attack and attack with these settings for all the 4 bands. Okay, so the standard edition Nova gives you 4 bands, and best of all, it is entirely free. So again, right, the link to these plugins are down in the description below. Okay, and last but not, you can always get the gentleman's edition, which gives you 6 bands. I think it's pretty affordable, and really at this point in time, I really should go and get it lah. Okay, right, I just haven't gotten down to doing it. So let's go with maybe a 2-to-1 ratio attack fastest. I want it to respond really quickly. But with the guitar, I may want the release to a bit slower, so let's put it about 100 milliseconds. Okay, all right. Yeah, as you can see, out with vocals, I treat it differently. Let's go back to this section. Okay, wider cue. Okay, and there's another one at about 680 hertz. Let's get that one out of the way. Okay, same thing, threshold, wideband. Bypass it. Alright, cool. This is just to sort of clean up that lower mid-range a little bit, okay? Very nice. Okay. Now I probably need a little bit of EQ, but let's go with okay. There's one tool that I sort of want to try out. This is under Plugin Alliance. Let's look for. I'm trying to look for it. Where is it? Is it under spatial? Spatial? Nope. That's surround. Nope. Other. Okay, hang on a second. Now let me sort of look for it. Where is that guy? Is it an EQ? Dynamics? Can't remember. Where is it? Let me look for it. Look for it. Okay. All right. Here's the problem. Right. It's a good problem to have. Way too many plugins now. Okay. I can't remember where exactly is the one that I was looking for. Okay. Bear with me. Give me a second. Let me sort of look for it. Distortion? Channel strip? Nope. Analyzer? Nope. Delay? Nope. I can't seem to remember which one is it that I was using. Okay. If I remember, it's supposed to be BX something. Alright, okay. Never mind. Let's not waste time. Okay. I feel like I want to add a bit of just a tiny touch of EQ. There's not much EQ need to be done actually. So one that I really find really useful is the T2098. So this is actually a emulation of the AMAC 9098 EQ, right? So let's give it just a little bit of EQ. Okay, again, just to sort of clean up that low mid mud to give it a bit. Okay, let's bump it a little bit of the high mids at about 1K. Okay, cool. I think let's not go with this. But I'm gonna leave this in the chain, and for a good reason. Okay. Let's go into the virtual mix rack. Okay. The good old EQ which I can always rely on, right, is to the FGA. So FGA here is actually an emulation of the API lah. Okay. So I feel that this kind of needs a bit of 800. Right, just needs a bit more bite to it, okay? A little bit more bite. Okay, let's... Maybe even at 3K. Maybe at 5K actually. Okay, I'm gonna need to trim this down a little bit because I feel it's a bit too loud. Okay, right. So remember what I said about set and don't forget? Now I feel like I need to bring up the room again. And a bit more of the snare. Okay, cool. See, now when all the bass and all the guitars come in, you know, some of these kind of feel a little bit, you know, feels a little bit lackluster lah, the drums. experiment with this a bit more. Okay, needs a tiny bit of boost, a little bit of tiny bit of shine up here at about, this is about 11K. It's about 12K. A tiny touch, just like 2 dBs, like a bit of a shelf up there. Okay. Okay, another thing which I love about this Tune 090 EQ is that, and it's actually a feature with all of the Brainworks plugins as well. It has the mono maker section, right? So what I'm going to do is what this does is make sure that all the frequencies below a certain threshold, it's all summed to mono, right? So this gives sometimes a lot better control over the low end. Right, so it tightens up the low end a little bit, right, by pushing all those frequencies below 68 hertz, right? So 70 hertz below, it keeps it all mono in the center, while you have all the mid-range and the high end frequencies off to the sides. This actually gives the effect of making it sound a little bit wider, okay? Because you are keeping all the low frequency towards the mono. Okay. I love adding a touch of stereo width, just a tiny touch. Let's see what happens. Very, very subtle, okay? Super little tiny bit of it only. Okay, so that's this amp guitar. Let's add in the amp sim. Let's see how it sounds, okay? Okay, here we go. Let's listen to... So this is the amp sim. Not too fancy sounding to me. Okay, it's more like more of a light overdriven kind of a thing. What I think I want to do is I want to run this further. I want to run it through another amp sim. Hey, it's an amp sim sound. Let's run it through another amp sim, okay? For me, I just want to give it a little bit more bite to it. So maybe not necessarily an amp sim, more of putting a cabinet, right, to it. So Slate Cabinet IR. Okay, let's say. Oh, hello. This is let's not have two. Okay, let's just move it to this. So this one is not interesting. AC30, Tweed 59. I kind of like this. This is like a basement. I think like a basement sound. Let's put it through. Yeah, let's just keep it right up the middle, okay? Like up. Let's keep the mic right on the center of the cone. Maybe it needs a bit of boost. Let's put it through this AC30. Okay. Oh, this is the bright channel. A little bit too much, okay? A little bit too much. Do we have something else here that's going to put a... Okay, maybe don't need the amp, okay? I don't need the amp. Let's get out of this. Okay, let's remove the amp. And just put a little bit of boost. I just want something to sort of drive it a little bit. So maybe this tube screamer here. Okay, that sounds a little bit more interesting to me. Okay, let's listen to it. Let's bypass. Yeah, okay. This one sounds a little bit weak. So yeah, an amp sim running into another pedal and then to another cabinet sim. Okay, so let's just play with this and see how this sounds. Okay, I just want to give it a little bit more grit to it. Otherwise, for me, it just sounds a bit too light. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah. For me, it's really filling in that, that mid-range there really nicely, actually. Okay, let me just filter out a little bit of this. For this, I'm just going to use stock EQ, right? Don't really need to go super detailed with this. Okay, sweet. Let's see how this sounds, right? Let's copy it over to the right-hand side, and let's fill this guy in and see. This really helps to sort of fill up the sound. Yeah, and flip the phase, man. Okay, with the phase inverted. Nah, no. So much better this way, man. Okay, I really like the way it's done. Yeah, everything's so much more forward now, alright? So, the amp has got the nice scooped sound, right? It's got a high gain sound to it. And then running it through the amp sim version with the speaker cabinet and then the tube gives it that mid-range to nicely kind of fill in that space in there. So you got a nice full sounding guitar. Sweet. Okay, right. I'm really liking where we're having now. Okay, so that is pretty much the main backbone of the song: drums, bass, and your main distortion guitars. Next thing I want to move on would be the vocals. Okay, so I'm gonna skip all the other parts, the keyboards, the choir, the lines, and the solo first, because I want to bring in the vocals really early. Okay, so first thing I want to sort of check, maybe before we do the vocals, is I want to go to my stereo bus here. I want to sort of check very quickly. I want to go through these things. The first thing I have is an AUC's air EQ. This is giving a little bit of air, but very subtle. Right, just a 1 dB boost of air there. Sometimes I will add in a little bit of earth to give it a bit of low end boost as well, but most of the time I don't really need it. It's just there in case I do. Okay, Wave C4. So again, I have this Wave C4 here. So with Wave C4, previously I was using it on the bass track, and now I'm using more of a full band mode. Okay, so this is actually a preset called multi-opto mastering. So what I'm gonna do, what the multi-band compressor C4 is doing, is just gonna make sure that there's no frequency range throughout the entire frequency range that's gonna poke out and jump out too much. Okay, so let's just gonna play it. I'm going to bring down the threshold just to the point where I can see it just dancing a little bit, okay? So that's it, just a tiny bit. We're talking about like what? Not more than 0. Or a few decimal points of a dB here and there. Okay. Next thing I have, right, is virtual bus compressors. Okay, so this is again applying compression on the master bus. I've set it up so that these are all running in series. So the first one is FG Gray. It's an SSL compressor. Let's run through this. Okay, what I'm trying to go for is that on the peaks, right, it's not more than 1 dB, okay? So a tiny touch. So same goes, this is FG red, this is a focus right. Okay, there, right. Okay, here we go. The third one, this is an FG mu. A mu is a variable mu compressor, right? So for example, a Fairchild is the most famous one, okay? So again, not more than 1 dB. Right, okay. So I have these 3 compressors, each just doing a tiny touch. So instead of having one compressor, right, doing like a bus compression, 3 to 4 dB, okay, I have these doing in series, okay. So sometimes if I feel that it's kind of choking the low end, I will play around with the high pass filter, just get a little bit of the low end, let the low end breathe a little bit. But in this case, I don't think it's necessary. So each of it is doing not more than 1 dB, right? Subtle bits of compression here and there. Right, few other things. Virtual mix rack, okay, is doing something similar as well. This is again a little bit of low frequency, a tiny touch of high frequency boost. Revival, I'm not using Revival. FG Bomber is again a kind of a sort of a dynamics processor as well. Trimmer, it's doing nothing, right? And of course here I am trying to simulate running through a console. Okay, let's switch this over to British N. Yep, so to keep it consistent over the entire project. Few other things that I have down here. This is BX Saturator. It's a saturation plugin. Don't think I need it. It is only more of a problem whenever I face a problematic issue. Okay. Next one would be virtual tape machine. So remember, I have tape machine at the start. I also have a tape machine at the end. So this is assuming, right, we're trying to replicate the signal flow after we've already mixed from a tape machine, going to an analog console. Now we are mixing down and bouncing down to a final 2-track stereo track. Okay, so this is again trying to sort of simulate and workflow of analog inside a digital environment. Okay, let's go now. Let's go with the vocal. So let's turn on this lead vocal, okay? Right, okay. So the vocal is pretty dynamic, right? You have delivery is really good. It's kind of really dynamic. Like, okay, you've got a lot of loud parts and then you've got slightly more subtle, quieter parts. So with vocals, all right, the way I process vocals, all right, I've described how I do, vocal processing. Is I describe it into 2 stages. The first stage is called corrective processing, okay? Right, so corrective processing is the first stage. The second stage is called the creative. So it's corrective processing first and then creative processing next. So let's deal with the corrective side. So what does corrective here mean? Corrective here, well, what I mean by corrective is that I'm trying to remove all the any sort of ugliness, any sort of kind of harshness that may be present. Sometimes the singer might have certain harsh frequencies. It might be issues with sibilance, right? It may be issues with maybe resonances. Sometimes it could be down to, again, the room. It could be down to the microphone. It could be down to different factors, right? So basically all of this, we're trying to deal with this first before we go towards the creative side. We want to polish it up, make the vocals sound nice, so you get a good starting point to get with. So what I do is I have this little preset here, right? It's called Hollywood VTMA. It's kind of similar, okay? Except that I have a few things here going on. First thing first, okay, is an instance of TDR Nova. So my good old friend again. So this is where it comes very powerful, okay? Let's bring this in here and let's just solo the vocal. Solo the vocal. Actually, give me 1 second, man. Like, let me grab a cup of tea over there. Alright, so Hassan said, okay, right. Okay, the guitar used for rhythm was a Sterling Axis, an Epiphone SG. Amp is a Laney RT with Laney 4x12 lah, using the amp drive boost. Okay, right, so it's pretty much coming from the amp itself. For leads, a Fender Strat with the same amp and a metal muff, right? With delay and reverb pedals, miking with SM57 and a Rode NT1. Okay, cool, right? Alright, a bit of compression for all the leads. Quite sweet, okay? Alright, okay. So we have a lot of comments there, okay, from the guys and the fans and friends of the band, okay. Alright, so thanks guys for sticking in, okay. So sekarang kita akan masuk kepada vocal, okay. So first thing, okay, kita ada the TDR Nova. So let's do with let's just take out all the bottom end that's not necessarily, okay. Okay.
Tersiksa ku rasa hayalan kini menjadi nyata. Hilanglah kau hilang.
Okay, right. So I'm hearing a bit of things, okay. The Rode vocals recorded with the Rode NT1 ke? Alright. I suspect it is. Apologies to any Rode NT1 fans out there. Okay, I really hate the mic. Right, I really have not a soft spot. I really have like a special place reserved in hell for the Rode NT1. Okay, right. Now I actually very early on I actually did buy a pair of Rode NT1 A's. Okay, now. They're good, they're nice microphones, but maybe it's just me and it's just not my taste, like, okay. To me, they just sound really bright, very harsh, and very sibilant. So apologies. The Rode makes great products, alright. Just that I don't think the NT1 is one of them, lah. Alright. The Rode Classic and the Rode and the NTK, those are lovely mics, right? But those are like those are tube, right? Those are very nice. I really like the sound of those. But NT1, NT1A, okay, one of the best decisions I made very early on, a long time ago, was when I sold my pair of NT1s lah. Okay, so right, just my little opinion. Okay, don't take it too hard lah. Right? Okay, so let's deal with this. Okay, so NT1, I really don't like the sound of NT1 on practically anything. Okay. Okay, so let's just sort of deal with it here. So let's solo this band. It is giving a bit of harshness to the vocal. Okay, this one. About 3.7, 3.8K, right? It's really kind of giving that harshness over there. So with vocals, all right, as usual, let's go into wideband mode. But with vocals, I'll go with 3:1 ratio. Attack, I want it to be fastest, right? But the release, I also want it to be fastest. As soon as that frequency is there, I want the EQ to sort of let it go, right? To sort of let go, right? Don't do any more cuts to it, okay? Because we want it to be as transparent as possible, okay? So let's do with this.
Namun mengapa hati ini sering merontang? Tolong kembalikan perhatianmu padaku. Tak mampuku lagi.
Okay, right. So every time that frequency kind of pokes out a little bit too much, this is what TDR Nova does, lah. It helps to sort of tame that kind of a harshness, right? Okay, let's go again. There's a few more stuff to look into.
Tersiksa ku rasa.
Okay, there's this.
Hayalan kini menjadi nyata. Hilanglah kau hilang. Hilanglah arah tu.
It's about 850, okay, around there. It's a bit of that honkiness, okay. could be again due to either the room or it's due to do something. Okay, let's bring that threshold.
Tujuh hidupku, suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering merontak?
Okay, so much better. Okay, so just as you can see, what TDR Nova is doing, only when those frequencies that's a little bit more annoying, a little bit harsh, when those frequencies jump out, TDR Nova automatically responds and smoothens out those frequencies. But when those frequencies are not there, the TDR Nova disengages and it allows the full frequency range of the vocal or the sound source to go through lah. So very powerful, very, very transparent, very, very easy to use. Okay, so it's great tool that we have in there. So first thing is TDR Nova. So next thing I will run it through, okay, with this lead vocal chain. Same thing, the virtual tape machine. Okay, now let's go. Usually the preset I have is with 30 IPS, but again, because the Rode NT1 is a little bit bright, a little bit harsh, I feel like I want to warm it up and dull it a little bit. Let's turn this down to 15 IPS. Okay, right.
Tolong kembalikan perhatianmu padaku.
Okay, right. Okay, slightly warmer, just very subtle tucking in of the high-end frequencies. Okay, now so with the virtual mix rack, there are some differences. I am again using the same thing, virtual channel first. Right, let's give it to British. Let's go to the N setting. Okay, but instead of the FG73, I usually use something else. I use a tube collection, right? So here in this case, this is called a Hollywood model. They have another. They also have London. They also have New York. Okay, but this adds a little bit of like tube saturation to the vocal. Okay, so compared to the 1073, which is a solid state preamp. Okay, so let's check what is this doing.
Tersiksa ku rasa hayalan kini menjadi nyata.
Yeah, so it's adding a little bit of that body, is it a little bit body to it? Probably a little bit more. Let's try.
Hilanglah kau hilang.
Okay, this is too much, right? Because it starts to overdrive. Okay.
Hilanglah arah tuju hidupku, suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu.
Right, just that towards the low mids, so it just gives a bit of thickening on the low mids lah. Okay, so next thing in here, right, is an instance of FG Stress. So this is the Slate Digital's version. This is their model of the Distressor. Right, it's a very, very well-known compressor. So what I'm doing here is I'm doing parallel compression on the vocals. So what's parallel compression? Okay, you might be asking, what is parallel compression? So parallel compression is when you take a signal, one signal, right? It's the same signal sound source, but one signal is unprocessed, it's raw, it's without compression, right? And then another one, you run it through a very heavy, a very aggressive compression or limiting. Okay, then when you add the both together, you can blend them in, right? It gives you a very natural, very kind of transparent form of compression. So you still have the natural dynamics of the uncompressed vocal, but you have the steady, the steady state solidness of the compressed vocal in there. So in the past, the way the process of doing it, you always have to kind of split it into two tracks, process them separately, then blend them back together. Nowadays, with the newer plugins, it's super simple because all you use to do is a little mix knob here, right? So 50-50 here means 50% will be the uncompressed vocal, 50% will be the mix. So I have this setting here, right? This is actually a preset called Parallel Nuke, right? So nuke here means that it's almost like it's basically running it through a limiter, okay? And I have it at 50-50. So with 50-50 is kind of we will see what the sweet spot is, okay? So you can see 10-12 dB of gain reduction. If it's fully compressed, this is what it sounds like. Actually, it doesn't sound too bad, no? 100%, Let's see, this is without. Okay, here you can sort of hear this is a bit jumpy, alright? So let's mix it 50-50.
hilanglah arah tuju hidupku. Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering merontak? Tolong kembalikan perhatianmu.
Okay, 100% a bit too much. Sometimes you hear on the peaks it gets a bit sucked in, so about 60, I guess. About 60.
Kembalikan perhatianmu padaku, tak mampuku lagi.
Yeah, okay. I think that's the kind of sweet spot. 60%, right? 60% compressed, 40% the uncompressed vocal. Right? Let's listen to it in context now.
Tersiksa ku rasa, hayalan kini menjadi nyata. Hilanglah.
Sweet. Okay, next thing I want to add is let's put in the bit of sibilance. This is a DSR. Remember I had the Aosis DSR earlier on. So this is also another DSR that's made by Waves. Okay, so let's check it out. Right, just to control the sibilance.
Kau hilanglah arah tuju hidupku. Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering.
Yeah, so every time we hear the suka duka, the sering or the S sounds, it helps to control it a little bit lah. Okay, like last thing here is an instance of the Renaissance compressor by Waves. So this is again doing a tiny touch of compression. It's very little, alright? Okay, this is a pretty fast attack and quite kind of a moderate medium to slow release. Okay, 4.4 ratio. So what I'm trying to do here is just again catching the peaks lah. Okay, just gonna catch the peaks. Right, not more than a dB, okay?
Tersiksa ku rasa, hayalan kini menjadi nyata. Hilanglah, kau hilang.
Okay, when it hits there's really loud vocal here, the kau hilang, maybe it jumps over to 1, but it's fine, okay? On average, you can see it's kind of doing only 0.6, 0.7 kind of gain reduction on the peaks. That's all I want to do, just to control the peaks a little bit, right? This is again so that when you get to the next stage, it's not going to hit the following compressors so hard. It's not going to force the other compressors to work so hard, you see? Because with software compressors, with digital, with plugins, sometimes when you force it to work a bit too hard, right, you kind of start to hear it start to falter, it starts to fall apart a little bit. That's kind of where the difference is with hardware compressors and digital plugins. Digital plugins do a really good job of emulating the behavior and the sound and characteristics of analog, but when you try to drive those two, they kind of work best when you drive them lightly. Okay, you make them work lightly, right? When you kind of push them into the extremes, very often these digital compressors kind of start falling flat. Okay, right? That's where the analog cousins still win every time whenever you push it hard. I have an 1176 LN right here. All right, the blackface version of 1176. And somehow it sounds good, even though I'm using like a 20:1 ratio. And sometimes when I record vocal accent, I don't know, if the singer is really belting out real loud. Sometimes we get up to the minus 10 dB of gain reduction, right, on the main vocal. But somehow it still sounds good. It sounds musical. I can tell you definitely from experience, you try replicating that setting, right, on even the official, right, 1176 version on your User Audio, it doesn't sound the same, okay? Right, it's close, but it doesn't sound exactly the same. So very cool. Let's listen to this in context, right? This is the... Maybe back off a little bit of the sibilance because it's kind of making it sound a little bit more lispy, a little lispy already, okay? So let's back it off a bit. Let's go back to the start again. Okay, all right. So yeah, for me that's still a bit of harshness over there, but I think I'll deal with it later. Okay, I'll deal with it at the second stage of it. Okay, so now, okay, here is a again. If you watch my previous episodes, you know what I'm going to be doing next. Okay, I'm going to be doing a bit of vocal thickening. Right, this is what I call the vocal thickening trick. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to sort of make the vocal a little bit thicker, a little bit fatter sounding, and what I do, okay, is I run it through a doubler. Okay, so a doubler is like it's as the name implies, right? It gives you like a double kind of effect. Okay, Joe, let's go back to where the doubler is. There we go. Okay, this is called doubler to stereo. So what it does, it splits the audio into two separate voices. Then you can pan them, you can delay them, you can add feedback, you can do modulation, you can do some processing, right, to all that lah. But what I'm gonna do, this is actually the default setting, right, that sets it. Alright, we want to make sure that the direct signal is turned off. Okay, we don't want the direct signal, we only want the process signal. And the first thing I'm going to do, see on the left hand side, the first voice, I'm going to detune it by +3. All right, okay, this is +3 cents lah. Okay, so it's slightly sharp by +3. Then on the second one on the right hand side, okay, this guy here, okay, you can see as I move it, this one I'm going to do it with -3. Okay, so I'm going to run it through. Let's see how it sounds. Okay, let's go back to lead vocal. Okay, send it to the doubler. Okay, already sent. Very nice. Okay, let me do this on my other screen lah, so it's a bit faster, so I don't have to scroll back and forth. There we go. Okay, this is how it sounds. Okay, let's listen to it. Okay, you can see it's stereo. All right, let's left and right, and then it's +3 -3. So I'm gonna export this and bounce this down. Okay, right. Okay, I'm gonna repeat this process a couple of times. Right. So the second time around, I'm going to change the detune value. That's the only thing I'm changing. I'm going to change it to -6 and +6 this time around. Okay. There's a reason why I am swapping around the positive and negative. The reason is because if I were just to put everything +3 then +6, then I usually go to +9 and then 12. If I do everything on one side, then what is going to end up, your doubler vocal track is going to sound sharp here on the left, right? And then it's going to sound flat on this side, which sounds weird, okay? So you want to switch between the two so they both kind of even each out. You want a thicker vocal, you don't want it to sound like it's skewed, like, why one side, left-hand side, like macam sharp here, and then the other side is all flat, okay? So let's do this first thing. But before we do that, we must not forget, okay? One important thing. I want to bypass all the stereo on my master bus processing, because otherwise it's going to be running through the whole signal chain twice. Okay, so we're going to do this for lead vocal lah. Jom, let's export this. While I'm doing this, okay, this is a good time for you guys. Anybody who wants to go for a toilet break or minum break, to go and go for a toilet break now. Okay, because it's probably what I want to do as well. Okay. Plus, I get a chance to sort of answer and look through some of your questions and comments lah. Okay, let's do this. Let's export this. Let's send it through the doubler. Okay. Now, file name, I'll call it doubler +3. Make sure the file path is the audio project. Okay, the audio folder of the project. File type, wave, sample rate. Again, let's make sure the sample rate is correct. 44.1K, 24-bit. And this is a left-right channel, okay? So it's a stereo channel. Want to make sure, otherwise it become a mono channel, then defeats the purpose, okay? And another important thing is down here, I want to select create audio track and insert to pool. So what it does is automatically will create a track and import it into the project lah. Otherwise, it's inside the folder, then I have to manually drag it in. So this is a time-saving thing, okay? So, siapa-siapa nak pergi toilet, right? Okay, tak payah angkat tangan lah, right? Guys, take a little quick break, okay? And I'll sort of look into your comments and questions as well. Okay, let's export this. Here we go. Right. See how long does it take, huh? Laju, quite fast. Okay, right. Never mind, who wants to go to a break? Go and take a break first. I'm going to minum air also. Okay, looking through the comments, okay? So there was actually, I was talking, I think, for like a good 5, 6, 7 minutes with my mic off earlier. This part, I'm going to edit it out lah. Or maybe should I just keep it in for comedy value, alright? Keep it real. I'll edit it out, okay? Right, so yeah, everyone in the comments was saying, your mic off, JD. Can't hear you, JD. JD, your mic is off. Okay, then I realized, okay? Okay, alright. Alright, okay, so apa lagi? Okay, a lot of guys were saying hi, Rudy. Okay, Azam Baswi was saying, hello, my brother Muiz. Okay, alright. Abdul Muiz is there. Nizam, Yazat Rindu, Bob Shuvit. Okay, alright, okay. We actually have a lot of stuff going on. Okay, not say a lot lah. We are talking about maybe doing 1 or 2 new songs just to release maybe like a kind of single, maybe do some remixes. Tapi in this process, we are also actually we have an album all ready with Project EAR. Kita dah siap dah record but belum release je. We only put out a few singles. We put out new singles like last year and all that. But we see lah how we might actually drop the full album. Kita ada full album, one whole album for with Project EAR already, tapi kita belum release lagi lah. Okay, let's go with the next one. So the next one, alright, the tune -6 plus 6. Okay, let's export. Let's do this. Doubler -6. Okay, everything same. Export audio. Okay, and then Haikal. Hi Haikal Nazir. Dia kata steady band Sungai Petani. Alright, man. Band SP. Right. A lot of good bands coming up from Sungai Petani, yeah? Alright. Okay. Let's see who else is there. Nizam kata good luck 217. Yeah, good luck. Okay. Jerome. Alright. Jerome, you're all the way from the Philippines, I suppose. Okay. Thanks again, man, for joining in and watching all over there, man. Fizan, okay, hi Fizan. Wafi Jr. says hui. Natasha says hi as well. Great Warrior says hui. Who is Great Warrior? Okay. Alright. Nafal, Band SP are rising back. Yeah, Band SP, man. Alright, okay. Apa lagi? Good luck 217. Alia Azwa kata woo. Is blooming. Okay, so many comments now, okay. Putra Anga, okay, hi, wish you all the best, band 217, okay, all the best for the band, okay. So, support, okay, support band ni, okay. Alright, bukan saja bila diorang dah release single ni, you guys support, okay. Tapi, alright, if you want to support the band, right, secara kewangan, financially as well, you can do so. This program, MixStream, alright, helps to support our local bands financially. What you do is, you can go down to the website, the crowdfunding website. I run it through this website that I have the link up there. It's called Patreon. You boleh surf to www.patreon.com/studio2105. You can sign up to become a patron there. So 50% of all your pledges, right, will go to the featured artist lah. Okay, so another 50% of course helps to keep the channel going, helps to keep me doing this content, right. I'm doing all this technically for free, you know, so if you and I'm using using my time and my effort to do it, right, to try and help and to sort of support the local scene out there. So if you feel that you want to sort of donate and sort of help contribute financially, boleh buat demikian, you can do so by heading down to the Patreon website, okay. Remember, okay, message me with the code MixStream11, okay, so that I know that if you are signing up as a patron, you are signing up to support 217 lah, right? Otherwise, I won't know who is you're supporting, is it? Okay, who you want to channel your support for. Okay, let's go. Another one. This is Doubler +9. Okay, Mukris. Okay, hi. Mukris says, nice, Road to Mythic. Okay, what's that? Okay, there's Mrs. Nobody. Oh, your fans, 217. You guys, your fans, you all have like funny names, eh? Okay. Right, Mukris, right, banyaknya a lot of emoji. Okay, Iza Atira says hi. Amira Mushida says hi. Najiham says hi. Siti Nashra says hi. Abu Zarin. Wow, 217, you have a lot of lady fans, huh? Wow, really good, very cool, okay. Right, so let's see. Siapa lagi dekat sini? Kerja tak siap. Your fans have really, really, really funny names, man. Okay, funny nicknames. Okay, Frost Gaming. Oh, gaming channel. All right. Okay. Let's see. Afi, ni group nasyid ke? Alright. The jawapan, right? Alright. Oh, okay. Alia. And we have Apex. Right. Apex CZ. Apex daripada band, okay. He did a collaboration right there with the band Nero. Dia punya single Figura de Merda. Okay. Check it out. It's one of the previous episode of MixStream. Mungkin you guys boleh connect, boleh, right, boleh collaborate kot, right? So, if you guys are looking for a rapper to feature on your next track, okay, 217 boleh contact Apex, okay, right. So where are we now? Let's go last one, okay, -12 plus 12, okay, jom, let's do that. Okay, export doubler -12. Okay, let's go on the comments now then. DX says hi. Okay, you guys have a lot of banyak fans, a lot of your fans support there. Thank you very much, terima kasih. In the meantime, okay, if you are watching this, sama ada you tengah watching this live right now, okay, or if you're watching a replay, right, if you really like the video, if you enjoyed, you know, sort of learning about mixing, about what happens in the recording and the mixing process, okay, please do leave a like, okay, share this with your friends, and ingat, go down there, head down to the link down to the button below. Please click subscribe, okay? All right, it really helps to help me to grow this channel a little bit further. Okay, almost done with the bouncing. Okay, let me just grab a quick drink of water. Who's back from toilet? Siapa dah pergi back from the toilet break? Okay, if you're ready, we are going to continue, okay? Okay, jom. Right, so first things first, let's activate back our plugins. Now, let me solo all these tracks for you so that you can hear how they sound like, okay? This is kind of what they sound like. There we go. Okay, let me group them together.
Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu.
Yeah, it's got a kind of a chorusing kind of effect. So I only do up to 4 because I find that if we kind of go a little bit beyond if you start going to plus minus 15, plus minus 18, it starts sounding out of tune lah, okay? So that's not what we want. Again, you can try. Again, there are many ways of doing this vocal ticketing trick, alright? This is just one of the methods lah. You can use a chorus plugin, you can use delays, you can use phasers, you can use some doubler plugins and all that. This is just one of the methods of doing so lah. Basically, we just want to make the lead vocal sound a bit thicker, okay? So, jom, let me bring this up here. Let's get it out of solo. Bring this down. So I'm just going to blend it in a little bit, okay? But before I do that, let me just sort of deal with the EQ on this first. Okay, so with this double track, okay, again, tak perlu, we don't need all the lows, okay? And we don't need all the highs. Okay, some of the ringing resonances. About 868 Hertz. Alright, that's 6K. Oh, really that annoying 6K frequency there, man. Let's get rid of it so it's a bit more warmer sounding lah. Alright, okay, cool. So kita just drag and copy this setting to all these guys. Sama je. Let's link the selected channels and make sure this is all going to the same lead vocal bus. Let's send it back to the lead vocal group. And now kita akan blend in. We're gonna blend in the chorus, the double vocals lah. Okay, let's check it out.
Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering.
Yeah, so just a little bit, right? makes it slightly wider, a little bit richer sounding, okay, instead of vocal being all up in the center. It just makes the vocal a little bit bigger lah. So let's start blending it a little bit more.
Merontang, tolong kembalikan
This is without.
perhatianmu padaku, tak mampuku lagi.
Okay, maybe the guitar needs to be up by maybe half dB.
Tersiksa, ku rasa hayalan kini menjadi nyata.
Okay, just nice. Okay, it's very subtle, just to give the vocal a sense of thickness lah. Okay, kalau if we blend it a little bit too much, then it sounds like there's a kind of an effect to it already, and that's not really what I want lah in this case. Okay, so first things first, let's go to the main vocal. Now, corrective process all done. Okay, we got rid of all the harsh frequencies, all the sibilants that we don't want. So now we can go into the creative side of things. Okay, so first thing that I do with creative side of things is I run it again to another compressor. Okay, so compressors are not really there to just deal with level. Yes, that's basically what they are. But sometimes we run through some of these compressors because of their color, the sort of the characteristic that they have. Right, so the vocal in this case, right, with the parallel processing and all the stuff is really pretty even. So this, yes, it does a little bit of leveling, further leveling. It makes the vocals a little bit more upfront, a little bit more level. Right, but it's not just that, all right? It's also adding a little bit of the color and the tone of the hardware unit. Okay, so jump. Okay, let's add this in. This is actually again another preset, Andrew Shep's bright vocal. Okay, this is this setting here is the slowest attack. Okay, because we don't really want to. If you have too fast of an attack, it starts to clamp down on the transient, and we don't want that lah, right? You want the vocal to be punchy. Okay, so we want the punch of the vocal to come through first, right? And fastest release, okay, again because we don't want it to shut down and clamp down on the vocal. So let's play this. Let's switch on, all right, switch on the compressor. Let's run this through. Let's solo it.
Tersiksa, ku rasa
Sounds good already,
hayalan kini.
but I'm going to really push this through, okay, because I want, all that harmonics to sort of come out, okay.
Menjadi nyata, hilanglah, kau hilanglah arah tuju hidupku, suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering merontang, tolong kembalikan perhatianmu padaku, tak mampu.
Okay, it's really, really holding that vocal in place. But not only that, right? It's adding all that mid-range and that nice low mid-range thickness to it, okay? Okay, sweet. Let's loop it again. So, this is the 1176. Now, I'm actually going to go back up before this and turn on the Pultec EQ, okay? So, I like to sort of do this, right? Now, why I don't do this in series, I don't start with the EQ first, because it's a little bit different, the compressor is going to respond a little bit different once I start pushing these frequencies into the 1176. So, let's solo this, okay? Here's what I want to do. I will want to shave off again a little bit of the top end.
Tersiksa, ku rasa hayalan kini menjadi nyata, hilanglah.
Okay, just a bit of
Kau hilang.
bottom end to give a bit more body to the vocal. The bandwidth I will set to the broad. I want to have a wide as possible, right, for the high frequency boost. So let's start with about 4K because this is kind of where the presence is.
Hilanglah arah tuju hidupku, suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering meronta? Tolong kembalikan perhatianmu padaku, tak mampuku.
I like it at 3K actually, centered around 3K. You know, it gives a little bit of that presence cut. But important, let's listen to how it sounds in context lah with the music. Okay.
Tersiksa ku rasa, hayalan kini menjadi nyata. Hilanglah, kau hilang, hilanglah arah tuju hidupku, suka duka hidupku.
Yeah, okay. So I like it, right? I like it how it sounds that way, right? It's pushing into the 1176 and then it makes the 1176 compress a little bit more harder, right? But it helps to bring out, again, it helps to bring out all that richness of the vocal frequencies. Okay, now compression and all that boosting sometimes will cause some of the sibilants to kind of jump out a little bit. So I always have another one at the in the middle of this chain, the creative side of the chain, the group, just to maybe control some of the S's. Let's check it, okay?
Tersiksa,
Especially there, the tersiksa.
tersiksa ku rasa, hayalan kini menjadi nyata. Hilanglah, kau hilang, hilanglah arah tuju hidupku.
Okay, let's bring this.
Suka duka
Okay, now let's go back to our good old friend MV2. Okay, so sometimes I may not use it, but let's just try this and see, okay, and see how it goes. Again, I'm sort of just going to use the low level compression to bring out the energy of the vocal. I'm not looking to control dynamics anymore, okay? Because the dynamics control is being taken care of with the distressor, is being taken care of by everything in front already. Right, this is just to bring out energy, okay?
hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering meronta? Tolong kembalikan perhatianmu padaku, tak mampuku lagi.
Check again.
Tersiksa ku rasa, hayalan kini menjadi nyata. Hilanglah, kau hilang, hilanglah arah tuju hidupku, suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering meronta? Tolong kembalikan perhatianmu padaku, tak mampuku.
Alright, very cool, okay? It's really, really solid right now, okay? So, in addition to all that, okay, remember earlier on with bass, we had bass rider. So for vocal, we actually have the same thing also. We have vocal rider, something to sort of control, again, to make the vocal a little bit more even. Again, here, we're not talking about controlling the transients. This is just to sort of make sure that the vocal kind of sits at that same level lah, okay? So a couple of things that I want to bear in mind, okay? So the range, I want to set it to a little bit wider, to let's say +6, so 4 above and -2 below. And then let's set the target, okay? The speed is slow, okay, so that it's a bit more gentle. Let's set the target frequency. Okay, let's go with the verse first.
Tersiksa ku rasa, hayalan kini menjadi nyata. Hilanglah, kau hilang.
Let's go with fast and see. Let's see how it responds here.
Tersiksa ku rasa, hayalan kini menjadi nyata. Hilanglah.
Okay, I feel that it's cutting into the transient a bit too much, so let's go with slow, okay?
Tersiksa ku rasa, hayalan kini menjadi nyata. Hilanglah, kau hilang,
let's check with the second verse.
Sehingga ku tahu wajahmu kini menjadi kisah.
Sweet, okay, great. This is just a nice balance, okay? So vocal is really sitting there very, very nicely, okay? It's on top, it's present, it's up front, okay? So that every time we get to bully here, we can hear all the words clearly. We can make sure that we can, words are clear, it's present, it's up forward, right? Because they're very important to have the vocal there up and present, because if a lot of let's say musicians and bands kind of don't realize is that sometimes maybe they're afraid to have the vocal up front in the mix. But from a casual listener point of view, that's kind of really what they are listening to. And if you have a mix where your vocals kind of a little bit buried, it's not really clear, or it's not upfront and enough. Okay, we're not saying that it needs to be super loud, like pop or like a radio mix lah, right? But it needs to be upfront so that the listener can really catch on to that melody. Really, the attention is being grabbed there, you see. Excuse me there, okay? Right, so that's kind of very important. Okay, let's go on now. Let's add a bit of, let's have fun, okay? Let's add some effects to it. So what I love to do, a couple of effects that I put on vocals would be, okay, first thing I want to do is I want to make it sound as if it's being recorded in a nice room. I want to place it inside a nice sounding, expensive sounding room. So what I do that, you can always use reverb, you can use other effects as well. But what I do is I actually use a delay. What I use here, this is called super tap. So super tap is a delay by waves, okay? So what it does is that I set it so that it creates just one single reflection, okay? Right. It's a delay, but I don't have any feedback, zero feedback, okay? Because you don't want it to be like feedback lah. You don't want it to be the delays going back and forth, okay? Right. But the other important thing is the frequency, this EQ section here. I have a low pass filter. That means I cut all the frequencies from 1.5K hertz above, okay? So all the high, mids, and highs are all being cut. Okay? So this is how it sounds like. I'm going to play it for you. So I'm going to exaggerate a little bit so you can hear how it sounds like, okay?
Ku rasa hayalan kini menjadi.
Alright, so this is how it sounds like, okay? It sounds like as if you're inside a nice wood, a room with nice wooden walls, okay? Alright, not too bright, okay? We don't want it to be super, super bright. So I just want to add it in so that you can just hear it as if it's inside the room, okay?
Nyata hilanglah, kau hilanglah arah tuju hidupku, suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu.
Okay, now if you're really paying attention, you can actually hear right a little bit of the room, okay, that the vocal was recorded in, because all the compression is all bringing out all those little low level details. You see, there's a little bit of headphone bleed as well, okay, but again, I really don't mind, especially in this context, because when you play in context with the rest of the tracks, okay, it suddenly goes away, okay, all these problems, all these issues. So it really doesn't bother me too much, okay. Obviously, if the room is too much room, it's too much of an echo, too much of a bouncy, too much reflections, then it can cause problems, right? And I've had issues in the past as well. But a little bit is fine, okay, and a little bit of bleed also is fine, okay. That doesn't kill anybody, okay. Nobody will get hurt, right, because of that. Okay, so a little bit of that, right? Let's see it in context.
Tersiksa ku rasa hayalan kini menjadi nyata.
Sweet, okay? Okay, so next thing I want to add, again, giving more space, right? A little bit more depth to the vocal. I'm going to add a mono delay. Okay, so, right, what I have here, this is Brainworks PX delay. Okay, so based on the tempo of the song, I'm going to put it to, let's say, 8th notes, okay? Let's listen to it. Again, just going to add a little bit, just to give it a bit.
Hilanglah, kau hilanglah arah tuju hidupku, suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa
just a little bit. Okay, you can see when I stop it, you can hear the little bit of a delay tail.
Apa hati ini sering.
Okay, this is to give it a bit of front to back kind of a you want to give depth lah to the vocal. Okay, so listen in context.
Tersiksa ku rasa hayalan kini menjadi nyata. Hilanglah kau hilang.
Okay, cool, very cool. Now a few things I want to adjust also. Actually, I need to automate a little bit of the level. Okay, because in the verse the vocal is a little bit too loud. Okay, let's do this very quickly lah, because otherwise it's not in perspective lah. Okay, let's bring this down. I suspect it's about 2 dB. Okay.
Tersiksa ku rasa hayalan kini menjadi nyata. Hilanglah kau hilang. Hilanglah arah tuju
Then chorus.
hidupku. Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan
Yeah, then when it gets back to chorus, bump up 2 dB again.
yang tahu. Namun
Okay, I'm going to do the same thing for second verse. Okay, you bring it down by 2 dB first.
sehingga ku tahu wajahmu kini menjadi kisah. Simpanlah
Okay, then when chorus comes back,
impian juga
1, 2, 3.
kita. Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering.
Okay, couple of other things I want to do as well. Okay, let's stick with the vocal first lah. It's about kita tengah taking a look at the vocal, right? Okay, so when the chorus kicks in, we are talking about mixing. We're talking about one of the things about listening to a great mix is that there's always sense of dynamics. Okay, a good song always has dynamics. What I mean by dynamics means that the other part which is maybe a little bit softer, some part is a little bit louder. Okay, but it's not just about volume. Okay, dynamics can be achieved not only because when something's soft going into something loud. Okay, it can also be achieved through frequency. Okay, right? Maybe your verses a little bit darker sounding, right? Then when you go to a chorus, you suddenly add a higher line, a high guitar part. You add maybe with drums, you go from a hi-hat, you go to a crash cymbal. You add more high frequencies, or you add maybe a little bit more low frequencies. You can also you can always add dynamics also in terms of density, right? Kepadatan, how dense a music arrangement is. So with the verse, maybe you have, less parts, less instruments. But when the chorus kicks in, boom, you have more layers, lagi banyak layers, so everything becomes bigger, see? So dynamics is important in the mix because that's what helps keeps the listener interested. Right, if everything is flat, dia tak ada dynamics, everything just flat just throughout the start of the song all the way to the end, listener akan boring, so listeners are going to get bored. Okay, so we try, right, not only in the arrangement, all right, do we try to keep and to introduce dynamics, but in the mix also. Okay, mixing also, we also want to introduce dynamics. So one of the ways that we're going to do is, like I said here, we do some automation. Okay, and we help a little bit further by even automating even effects. So in the verses, we have the room, we have the delay, which is mono. But when you get into the chorus, I want to engage and kick in a stereo delay. Okay, so it's the same plugin, except that now I've set it to quarter note instead of 8 notes. Okay, in fact, I want to do it a little bit different as well. Let me change the offset. Let's put this to quarter dotteds. Yes, okay. Let's make it even more apparent lah. Okay. Later I'll need to adjust some of these feedbacks. So let's check out how the chorus sounds. Okay, with the stereo delay. Okay, this is going to make the vocal a little bit wider, again a little bit bigger sounding. Can you hear that? Yes, especially when I stop it, then you hear the delay. Okay, a bit more, I think. A few more things I want to do. Okay, the feedback I can adjust a bit. Okay, so I want the left to have slightly longer. Okay, because it's different. Because it's different delay times. You see. So let's just play that.
Padaku tak mampu
Okay, a little bit more on the left.
mampuku tak mampuku lagi.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Tujuh hidupku, suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering meronta? Tolong kembalikan perhatianmu.
Okay, not too much. Okay, because if you put a bit too much there, it sounds a little bit too terlalu 80s lah. Okay, so a little bit more modern. This alternative rock, and towards the dry side. So let's automate this so that the stereo delay kicks in the chorus. Okay, right. So stand by. Okay, let's write the automation. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu.
Okay, you can see the automation curve has already been drawn in. So we can, after this, we can manually lah. Boleh buat secara manual. Okay, let's do this one. Second chorus as well. Kicks in here.
Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan.
Okay, let's go to this bridge.
Jiwa yang meronta menghampiri penghujungnya.
Okay, I think let's keep the stereo delay on all the way. Tapi the vocal needs to be automated down in level.
Jiwa yang meronta menghampiri penghujungnya. Sentiasa mengalah.
Okay, alright. When the drums cut in on the sentiasa mengalah, when the drums come back in, let's bring it up.
Sentiasa mengalah, ku dekati penghujungnya. Suka duka
Okay, then bila chorus, when the chorus comes back in, back up too.
suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering
Okay, let's check the front chorus here. Okay, really good arrangement structure here. Sometimes it's a good tip, right? These guys start the song, right? The band lagu ni bermula straight dengan chorus, okay? Which is actually sometimes can be a good tip, right? Because straight away the hook, okay? You are presenting the hook of the main chorus to the listener already. So let's bring this down. Let's keep it. I think it should be still at -2 dB. Good.
suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu.
Maybe -3.
Namun mengapa hati ini sering meronta? Tolong kembalikan perhatianmu padaku. Tak mampuku lagi.
Alright, okay. I rasa about -3 dB, okay? Could be -3, could be -3.5. Now, because I have not inserted the let's put it at -3.5 first, okay? Let's just leave it at that. Let's not forget, okay? Let's keep it mono. Let's not introduce a stereo delay. Let's just leave it that way first. Later on, we try lah, okay? Wait till I bring in all the other stuff first. Okay, now, next thing I want to add on would be the double vocals. So actually the guys only sent me in only one track of double vocal, this one, okay? But going through it, I actually realized that these are all separate takes. So what I did was I took one of this and I started layering underneath so that we actually create a real double track, okay? So I encourage, if anyone's going to do any kind of doubling or double parts, right, you try to sort of double track it so that you give at least a left and right option, okay? So at least as a mixing engineer, I have the option to spread it and pan it left, right lah. Otherwise, if it's just one, I kind of either have to put it up the center or have to commit to either one or other side lah, right? Most of the time I probably end up in the center lah, okay, for for symmetry purposes. Okay. Now, so it's beneficial, it's useful, but again, it's not a must lah. In this case, it has worked out and turned out that way. Okay. So that's why I ended up with a left and also a right. Let me just rename this very quickly. Okay. Cool. So let's solo the double vocal now. Okay, moving very quickly. So the double vocals, all right, are also going to go to the lead vocal track because essentially it is, okay, it's all right, it's the vocalist singing in same track, it's just doubling, right, the melody. Okay, with the double vocals, I go with a much simpler vocal chain. Okay, tak payah go through all the TDR Nova and everything. Okay, because it's just, you know, just doubling lah. So, but similarly, I still employ and still use the parallel compression here. Okay, let me switch this over back to the British end again just to make it a little bit more consistent. Okay, let's solo this. So with doubles,
Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan.
okay, let's turn off the effects first because it can be a little bit a bit of a distraction. Mana effects? Let's go and turn off the effects first. Alright, cool.
Yang tahu namun
Okay, with the doubles, right, I don't need all the low end.
mengapa
And again, I don't want all the top end.
hati ini sering
In fact, sometimes with doubling, I want it to be a little bit filtered, right? You know, want to bandwidth control it. Don't need all the high top end, right? And don't need all the bottom end. Okay, so let's EQ it a bit.
merontang, tolong kembalikan
Okay, Rode NT1 again comes. Rode NT1 comes into the play.
perhatianmu.
Now, it's sometimes, now not to say that the mic is bad or good. Sometimes, what microphone choice is it's all about matching with the sound source, right? So, if you have, let's say, a mic like, say, an NT1, okay, if sometimes maybe you match it with a singer which has a very dark, very, very dull voice, maybe it helps because it helps to brighten up and to bring out a bit of the character of the voice. But then if you use it with a singer who is, let's say, a female singer who sings, you know, very, very strong, very, very bright singer, then sometimes it becomes a bit too piercing, you see. So obviously, you know, in a big Hollywood or in New York studio or in a London studio, they have so many microphones to choose from and to mix and match lah. Okay, so sometimes it's a bit of a gamble, right? I can think of another example, the AKG C414 414. Now that's an expensive mic. It's a very good microphone, right? But I personally also don't like it on vocals. Okay, I like to use it on, let's say, guitars or acoustic guitars or something, right, to give it a little bit of brightness, a little bit of shine. But I personally again don't like it on vocals lah. So again, it's a good microphone, just not something that I feel that it's suitable for vocals lah. Okay, again, right, your mileage might vary. You might have your own different personal experience and your preference, you see, to what works best for you. So, well, if you have, let me know, man, what you think. Okay, what would you like? Okay, what kind of microphones you like to use?
Padaku tak
Oh, the vocals are back on because it's linked whenever I solo or disengage the solo. Okay.
tak mampuku lagi.
Okay, let's get rid of that honkiness, about 830 hertz.
Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun
Okay, just to keep it a little bit more, you know, in control, get rid of all the harshness. Okay, let's blend it in. Okay. Should I reckon that I probably only want this to be 50-50. Don't want it to be super wide. I'll let the guitars take all the left and the right lah. Okay, so let's blend it in and see. Link dulu. Okay, so it's easier.
tuju hidupku. Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering meronta. Tolong kembalikan perhatianmu padaku. Tak mampuku lagi.
Sweet, okay, right, so that's what it's doing. Okay, so with a rock band, right? With all these doubles, I don't want to put it up too much in front lah, okay? Right, if it's a kind of a pop or a pop punya element, then yes, maybe you want to sound it with a double. Because with the band, we still want it to sound like it's one, lead singer lah, satu lead singer. We don't want it to sound like, macam boy band pula, okay? So that's cool. Okay, that would be the lead vocal. Very quickly, let's move on now to the next thing, okay? Would be the let's add in the piano first, okay? Now the keyboard is actually Fik, who is actually the main songwriter, is also the keyboard player. So right, let's not forget him. He's a very important member of the band, okay? So same thing, let's load in the tape and console emulation. Let me just double check the preset. Okay, my noise reduction is on. Okay, because some of these presets I've not used in a long time, as because I almost always use the API, so I have to double check and see lah. Okay, VTMN, save, override. Okay, cool. Okay, let's listen to the piano. Okay. Okay. Okay, what this is gonna need is it's gonna need a bit of compression. Okay, so what I love to use on the piano would be the LA2A. LA2A is by it's Teletronics. This is an optical compressor. Okay, just to tone down the peakiness of the keys. I feel that it could also use some MV2 actually. Right, let's bring up this MV2 again. Again, this is really one of my favorite plugins lah, right? Alright, it really helps to do a lot of things. Because if you want to achieve the similar thing, right, what MV2 does, you have to set up like parallel processing. So it's a little bit more complicated. It takes a bit of time to set it up. But this is so simple. It's just put one plugin, one control. That's it. Okay.
Tak mampu ku lagi.
Let's check.
Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati.
Okay, let's drive this a little bit further because the piano is very clean. Okay, let's give it a little bit more. Let's try and drive this. Okay, that's a bit too much lah. It starts to saturate already. Okay, just a touch more, like 55 dB of virtual drive. I feel like maybe we could spread this guy a little bit wider though. Okay, because the piano sounds a little bit constrained to the middle. Let's give it a bit of a wider spread, and for that, let's use good old S1. Okay, S1 this plugin is very old, right? It's one of the earliest plugins. This plugin is like almost 20 years old already. It's one of the earliest Waves plugin, but it does the job really, really well, right? Just to give a bit of stereo spreading. Okay. Let's check it again. Yeah. Without.
Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan.
Yeah, it helps for me. It helps to spread it a little bit to the sides. Okay, so that it gives more space for the vocal to be up in front lah. Okay, I feel I want to play around with this. So let's duplicate this piano. Okay, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pitch shift this guy 1 octave below, man. Let's see how it goes, okay? Let's see. It could sound terrible, all right? Let's see how it goes.
Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati.
Okay, in solo, it sounds a little bit weird, so let's have it only kick in when the whole band comes in. Right, because I love when it adds a little bit of having that octave below, adds a bit of body to the piano.
Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan
Can you have a listen?
Sering merontak.
Okay, and I feel like I want to add a few more things as well. Let's bring this S1 down. And I feel like I want to add in a bit of a delay into it. Okay, so let's play around. I'm now up to Cubase Pro 10.5, and one of the new delays that they have is called the multi-tap delay, right? So I heard some really cool delay presets in here that they were playing around with piano, kind of watching the instructional video. Let's see whether do I have that or not. Okay, let's just see how it sounds. Okay. Okay, right now that's weird. That's too much. That is so cool, man. Right? Pumping bass builder. Let's listen to that again, okay? Listen to that again. It's like it's got some wah, some distortion, and I like that. I like that. It's really cool, right? So I really have not spent much time, didn't have much time to spend with this, but this is one of the new plugins that come in as stock, right? Because what you do is you can also load in effects into this. So you know, things like frequency shifter, envelope filters, auto pan, vibrato. Wow, looks like, yeah, it's got a lot of stuff in it. It's like a delay, and it's got a delay within a delay, right? Really cool. Chorusing, and it's super creative, man. It gives you a lot of options. Okay, let me sort of remember this one first. I have this mixed at about 19%. This is pumping bass builder. Let's just run through a few. This is pretty nice as well. This is almost adding like a kind of a pad thing to it, man. This is really cool, okay? Okay, now there is one thing that's kind of bothering me with the piano though. It's a little bit peaky at some frequency, okay? Let's do that. There we go. Let's roll off a bit of the bottom. Okay, it feels like I can spread this a little bit wider. And probably the S1 should go above it, okay? So I want to spread the piano first, then only I run it through the delay. Oh yeah, that's better. Okay, how about let's bring the delay, the stereo delay on the vocal in the first chorus, okay? Yeah. Okay, yeah, cool. I have that low piano coming in halfway. Okay, let me filter this out a little bit more, okay? I guess I don't need the imager on this. Let's overdrive this. Let's distort this a bit. Okay, let's give it a bit of like a filtered sound. Okay, a bit too much overdrive. I just want it to sound a bit gritty, you see? Okay, I'm going to pan this a little bit to the left, okay? Now, the reason why I want to pan the lower piano to the left is because generally on the piano, right hand side, all right, from the pianist perspective lah, right hand is towards the higher notes and higher frequencies, low notes are towards the left, okay? So it's a bit more natural to put the low notes of a piano towards the left hand side lah, okay?
Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun
Okay, now one thing which actually I've noticed earlier on already, but I haven't dealt with it. The first note of this bass is a little bit too peaky, okay? It's a bit too hard. You know?
suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering meronta? Tolong.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is let's just do a little bit of editing to it, okay? Simple, alright, not too complicated. Okay, let's just do all this stuff.
Suka duka.
Okay, maybe back it off a little bit, so we want a bit of punch. Okay, a bit more. There you go, nicely rounded already, right? Simple stuff like that will go a long way lah.
Duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa?
Okay, very nice, okay? Okay, let's bring in the choir pad. Okay, let's listen to how it sounds, okay? Let's give this a nice wide ambience. Okay, sweet, okay. I will just, this really doesn't need to do much, but I will put, usually with these kind of pads, I will put a case of a C4, right? Not the explosive lah, C4, okay? Wave C4 multiband, alright? I will set it to the same opto mastering because this is very, very gentle. Again, this is kind of just to massage and sort of even out the whole sound lah, okay? Okay. Okay, let's put it through. Same thing. Let's give it to the waves S1 again, just to spread it out a little bit. Okay. Okay, just to push it to the sides lah. Okay. Now I feel that this guy needs a bit of reverb. Okay, let's. Even though the choir pad is already got reverb, let's add a bit more, okay? Let's just add a bit more, just give it again more space, okay? We want to just give more of everything lah, right? The characteristics, whatever we want. With guitars, we want to give it more energy, more aggression, same with drums, same with bass. So when it comes to ambient stuff, let's just make it a little bit more ambient, man, okay? Okay, let's put the mix down. Let's see how much. Yeah, okay. So again, this is just kind of really helps it be more ambient.
Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun
Okay, still a little bit peaky here. Let's roll this down a bit more.
suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering meronta? Tolong kembalikan perhatianmu padaku. Tak mampuku lagi. Suka duka hidupku.
Right, okay, sweet. Okay, let's snare drum could be a little bit.
Tak mampuku lagi. Tak mampuku lagi.
All right, very nice. Okay, so that's pretty much how it's sounding good there. Okay, now time to add the line guitars and the fills. Okay, so same thing. This is also one recorded with the M and one recorded with the DI. So let's check it out first, okay? Let's check it out. Alright, okay. So there is a little bit of this actually hum electrical noise, which I kind of left it in. So let's sort of deal with it, okay, with these kind of noises. Let me pull this guy down. Hello. Alright, okay. Let's chuck in the isotope. Restoration. This would be the noise. Okay. Okay, let's loop this first. Hello. Is it loading? Loading. There you go. All right. Sometimes, right, these kind of plugins, when you're loading the first time around and then you get a little bit of pause, that can give you a bit of heart attack, right? Because you're wondering, did it just crash, you know? Okay, here we go. Let's loop this. Okay, music, gentle, surgical, adaptive mode. Let's learn this first. Okay. How much reduction? Cool. All right, that's all we need. Right, of course, let's clean this up as well. But this is running so that throughout it does a bit of that noise reduction lah. Okay, let's zoom this in. Let's loop this. Okay, a little bit peaky there at about 2.4. Okay, here's where it kind of sounds a little bit weird. I'm not sure, this might have been a little bit over compressed. Let me just bypass and see whether is it the RX7, the isotope doing something weird. Yeah, okay, right. So it is actually that is actually a little bit too much compression on there, because you can sort of hear it being sucked in on especially on. So. Yeah, you know, it's a little bit of kind of sucked in a little bit there, so that's a bit of a pity. We can try fixing that again. This is where MV2 really excels it, but no guarantees. Let's try it and see whether this helps to sort of bring it out or not. Okay. I think it does. It helps to solve some of the problem. Okay, right. Okay, it can only sort of do so much, but let's see what we can do here. Okay, because it's this little patch here especially which gets a little bit sucked in. So let's bring it up. Right, okay, that helps a little bit better. Okay, that helps a bit. Let's let's bypass the RX-7. I suspect that it is kind of doing something, And then now in context of everything, it really not much of a big deal. Okay, let's check it out. Okay, let's put it a bit of delay. Let's do like a. Let's just put in a. Where is it? Let's just put in a tape delay to it. UAD, EMT, the tape echo. Okay, just to give a bit of ambience to it. Okay, same thing. I want to kind of put this into the room. Okay, fortunately, one thing that's good is we actually have got the DI track here as well. So this gives me the opportunity to, let's just run it through. Let's run it through an amp sim. Okay, overloud, guitar. Let's go with, in fact, let's go with the ML Sound Lab, which I also used the other time, right? With, because this will give you more towards the high gain stuff. Okay, let's check this out. There we go. This kind of works best, I think. Okay. There we go. So with the DI, I spread it to the right, okay, and then with the amp track, I spread it to the left. So we got at least got a bit of option there, okay. Let's just put it up to the middle and see what if we sort of just, instead of panning it too hard left, too hard right, let's just do it like minimal. Just keep it a little bit more towards the center. Alright, very cool. Very nice. Okay. All right. So now when I have this piano back in, yeah, now it feels like the vocal is kind of a little bit buried. Okay. So let's just work on this again. So this little octave thing, I think, let it have it come halfway.
Ku rasa hayalan kini menjadi nyata.
So now instead of being down at 2 dB, this should probably be just 1 dB, right? So again, don't forget, remember everything affects everything, right? So bear that in mind.
Tersiksa ku rasa hayalan kini menjadi nyata. Hilanglah kau hilanglah arah tujuh hidupku. Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering meronta. Tolong kembalikan perhatianmu padaku, tak mampuku.
Same thing, second verse, bring it up to 1 dB, okay?
Tak mampuku lagi. Sehingga ku tahu wajahmu kini menjadi kisah. Simpanlah.
Okay, cool. Now a few little bit more bits of automation that I think we need to do. We're almost there, man. Okay, let's do this first before I fill in all the other BV parts. Okay, so this distortion guitars, they all kind of need to be a little bit more automated. Okay, so I'm going to add a VCA track. So VCA track here, okay, is different from a group. So a VCA stands for voltage control amplifier. So on some or the older analog consoles, right, actually digital consoles will have this feature as well. So a VCA is just a fader that controls a group of faders, but there's no actual signal flowing through it. Okay, so as you can see, it's just a controller. There's no, you can't edit it, right? You can't go in and insert a plugin or anything like this. It's purely a volume control for the group of faders here. You can always assign VCAs to any bunch of group of channels, right? To do so, okay? So sometimes you want to do it as a group. You want to set up a group when you want to process it, when you want to add EQ, add sort of whatever processing to it. But if you just purely want to do a volume control, sometimes it's easier to just do a VCA, okay? So let's do this. One, two. Okay, so when the verse kicks in, these distortion guitars all just need to go down by about a dB, okay? Because otherwise it's a bit too upfront. Give space for the vocal.
Tersiksa ku rasa hilanglah arah tujuh hidupku. Suka duka.
Yeah, and then when back to the chorus, it goes back up, okay? Okay, similar thing. Now all of this, I'm just doing kind of rough, broad strokes first, okay? Usually I will fine tune this a lot more.
Tak mampuku lagi.
So when it gets to this little interlude, again, let's bring this down by 1 dB. Okay, all right. We are almost there, man. Okay, this second verse, because it's more palm muted, it's a bit more aggressive. We need to tuck this down a bit.
Sehingga ku tahu wajahmu kini menjadi kisah. Simpanlah semua impian juga
see, maybe this should ramp up. So instead of a sudden jump, let's give it a ramp up lah. Okay, okay, there we go. Nice. Okay, so one other thing, let's automate this piano. Nice. Okay, so this is kind of like a little piano lead, right? So let's make sure that the piano is heard lah. Okay, minus 10.5, 10.5, and then when it goes back to the second verse, it goes back down to the original value, which is minus 16. Okay, minus 16. Come on. Okay, need to be very delicate with these mouse moves. Okay, right, cool. Let's go with this plug guitar. Let's see what it's doing. Okay, right. Let's roll off, okay, because it's a bit bright. Okay, because it kind of, when it's a bit bright, it kind of overwhelms the piano, which I feel is kind of the main instrument. .3 hertz. Okay, right. Again, I feel that I personally don't think that's the best sound for it. I feel like a sort of a cleaner sound would be useful. So again, that's where the DI comes in handy. Let's go with a clean-ish kind of a sound. Something that is ambient and clean. Too clean. Let's go again. There we go. There we go. Slight dirt to it, okay? There's a little bit of dirt. Okay, let's add a delay to it. Where's the digital delay? Okay, here we go. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's go with the... Okay. There we go. Yeah, I was trying to look for where the... Let's go with quarter note. There we go, half notes. What happened to the sync delay? Hello? That's not what I want. There we go. Let's do it. Okay, I think that's a little bit more effective, right? Because this was a bit too overdriven, right? The definition's not there.
Tak mampu ku lagi.
Okay, the piano can again maybe be up by half a dB. Alright.
Tak mampu ku lagi.
Okay, very good. Okay, let's move on now. Let's go to the bridge. There's this palm muted guitar.
Ku dekati penghujungnya. Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan. Jiwa yang meronta menghampiri penghujungnya. Sentiasa mengalah ku.
Okay, right. This will need a little bit of compression. Not say a little bit, quite a bit of compression to sort of bring this a little bit out. Okay, let's go with this stressor. Okay, this is again one of the good presets that I have here is called the leveler, but I need to adjust it. See? Let's do it again. Okay, let's try and bring out those notes, okay?
Sentiasa mengalah ku dekati penghujungnya. Suka duka hidupku jiwa yang meronta menghampiri penghujungnya. Sentiasa mengalah ku dekati penghujungnya.
Okay, similarly, this vocal again needs to go back up by a dB, right? So similarly, once you put all those stuff, then you realize that, okay, oh, the vocal needs to pump up a little bit lah. Okay, same thing I guess with this DI guitar, we could always use with something a little bit more, something a little bit more heavier, so to speak. Let's check this out. Okay, the gain level on this is a bit low. Let's roll off all low.
Sentiasa mengalah ku dekati penghujungnya. Suka duka hidupku jiwa. Suka duka.
Alright, okay, this little pick scrape thing, we could probably just leave it, have it fade out here lah. Okay. Very nice. Okay, cool. Only a few more things to go, man. So there's this little harmony line. Okay, we could use the same setting because it's actually the same thing, is just that harmonize. Maybe pan it a bit more. Very nice. Okay, let's move on to the BVs. Let's go very quickly first. So these BVs, same thing. Originally, it was given me as one single track, but I sort of realized that again, it's the same thing but performed twice. So I decided to, duplicate it and move the first one to the back and the second one to the front, right? And do a little crisscross thing. So let's check it out. See what these BVs are doing. Right? It's a group, right? So it's a group vocal. They're doing this little group vocal thing. Okay. So this one, same thing. Let's put in the vocal chain with the neve settings. Okay. Now for these, I guess we want to have it sit a little bit more further back, a little bit more ambient. So let's do this. Okay, let's loop that. At 4K, that's a bit piercing. Okay, at about 800. Okay, let's copy it over. Let's pan both left, right. So both of these BVs are being sent to a BV group, okay? So let's balance it in first. Okay, very good, okay? So I'm going to run these guys. These need to be a little bit more in the reverberant setting. So I have this setting called the group choir. It's just the same setting as the BV, except I just add a reverb into it, okay? So a bit of EQ, bit of compression to it. Okay, there is this bit of ring there. Same thing. $6K. I'm going to try and play around with this a little bit more again, actually. Let me try duplicating these guys. Right, and I'm going to, just for fun, okay, let's just see what happens. Okay, I'm going to run this through Sound Toys, Alter Boy, and pitch shift these guys up an octave and see. Okay, yeah, all right, okay, and let's see. Nice, okay? So, it's as if they're singing falsetto, okay? So let's listen to this and see how this sounds. Just blend in a little bit of it. Because, again, I just want to get a little bit of a choirish kind of feel. And then, since the vibe is this, let's make it a little bit more, be a bit more creative, you see? Okay, so the lower sounding voices are going to pan a little bit to the middle. Let the higher parts take out the sides. Okay, a bit of different resonance there. All right, it's getting a bit more 1.5K.
Jiwa yang meronta menghampiri
Nice, lovely. Right. Last but almost not least, right, would be the solo. Okay. Now this solo, let's listen. Okay, my initial impression, of course, with the solo is that it's not enough gain. So when you get to the bends there, you know, the bendy section of the song, there's kind of not enough sustain. Yeah, especially when you get to that section is kind of a little bit lacking. So let's deal with it by, fortunately, we have the DI track, okay? So let's go with the high gain sound. Let's go with the solo. Let's go with, let's say, this would be an angle. Okay, let's bring up the gain. There we go. It's more like it. Okay, let's go with this solo again. Okay, so some of that noise is really coming out, so let's deal with it. Okay, there we go. That's a lot of noise because the signal was a little bit too low, a little bit too soft. Okay, let's bring in the gate. Let's deal with it. Let's put this gate right up front. Okay, let me sort of sort this out. Okay, let's bring the expander out of it. Okay, here we go. Let's try to get rid of all these noises first. Okay, this is a little bit problematic, and so sometimes we need to do a little bit of editing to sort of get rid of all this. Okay, I reckon the DI signal is way too low, so that's a problem with all the noise floor. Okay, alright. Now, honestly, I kind of feel that it would probably get better results if we kind of re-record this, but let's just work with what I have, okay? Okay, let's add a bit more of that delay so that we can... bring in a little bit more stuff. Okay, I love to use this plugin called Multiply by Akon. Alright, so it's again a kind of a doubling, kind of a chorusy kind of plugin, but it also helps with giving a bit more size and fatness to any kind of leads. I almost use this on every time there's a solo. Okay, let's check this out. Let's Okay, a bit more delay. Okay, a bit more delay. Let's bring in the good old EB34 again. This is an Echoplex. Let's classic delay. Okay, let's bring in that Waves MV2 again. Let's give it a little bit more sustain to it, lah. Right? So. Okay, cool. Now, this is probably something I want to spend a little bit more time sorting out later on, okay? But this is pretty much almost it. Yeah, that's the last bit, okay? So, now, what I've done so far, I've kind of run through the entire basic parts of the song. The kick, the drums, the bass, the guitars, and the main vocals. So this is somewhat like maybe 70 to 80% of where I want it to be, okay? So usually in the mixing stage, there usually is a little bit more, right? I go into a little bit more detail. It's all the fine tuning of the automation and the vocal that goes on right in the mix. But if I were to show you that, right, that would take literally hours. It would take another couple more hours more to go, and that would be way too long, okay? Right. So we're kind of going through the entire process. I just want to show you a couple more things, okay? One of the things that I also want to do when it comes to building the dynamics is, again, let's do this, right? Two more things I want to show you, all right? So, okay, so when it comes to the chorus, I want to kick in the bass. This is another trick which helps to give a little bit more size. Very, very subtle, right? So what happens is I will usually put in a 1 dB boost or about 100 hertz and below, right? So this is a shelf at about 100 hertz, okay? So every time the chorus kicks in, right? So vocal makes it bigger, the guitars make it bigger, right? But that's mid-range and high-range frequencies. You mustn't forget about your lows as well, okay? So this is where I'm going to bring in the little bit of automation on the bass. So this is what I'm going to do. Every time the bass kicks in, the chorus kicks in, I'm going to bump the bass up by 1 dB here. Okay, here we go. 2, 3. Okay, so this is again going to be a very subtle thing to just to give the bass a bit more size to it. Okay, very cool. Okay, just doing the choruses lah. Same time, every time it goes to the chorus, you can bump it up by 1 dB. solo kicks in, we don't really need it. Actually, when there's no vocal, we don't really need it lah. Hold on, Yeah, okay, so we can disengage the bass EQ here. Yep, okay, let's disengage here. Oh, hello. I accidentally bumped the bass volume down as well, okay? So it's supposed to be back up. Okay, then last chorus. Let's have this guy back in. Yeah, so very subtle, just a little bit of a bass, 1 dB boost, right, on 100 hertz below every time we get in the chorus. So one more thing, okay, to show you. There's another automation trick, okay. This happens now on the stereo bus, on the master bus. So I do it here. So what I will do is that every time I kick in, the chorus kicks in, right, I'm going to bring up the stereo bus by 1 dB. So this is how I'm going to show you. This is what's going to happen, okay? Okay, so this is a very old trick that's been used, for a very long time now. Okay, so this is very subtle. Just to what I'm doing is I'm just bringing up everything by 1 dB. Now 1 dB is enough so that when you hear it, when you listen to it feels like, oh wow, it suddenly sounds a little bit louder, just a little bit more exciting. Okay, but not so much that it's obvious that somebody turned up the volume. Okay, so 1 dB is kind of the magic number, magic value here. Okay, and then it cuts out, kicks back out when the chorus ends lah. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, let's go to the next chorus. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so instead of a sudden ramp, this actually builds up, okay, across this 2-bar count lah. Okay, da 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 da, and then when it kicks into the chorus, it's 1 dB louder, right? Okay, coming out of the chorus, let's bring this down. Okay, then as you guessed it, it's gonna kick back again in the very last chorus. Okay, same thing, okay, just across the 2 bars. Alright, and this one will go all the way until the end lah. Okay, cool. Now, there's usually a lot more stuff which I can show you, which I can't really show you because, again, like I said, all the fine-tuning, all the automation stuff is going to take hours, it's going to take a long time. But, I've kind of covered the most of the basics and the most important stuff that's really important to do it. This I would say is kind of maybe like 80% of the way throughout the entire mix ready lah. Okay, most generally the vocals, the main rhythm guitars are all there. Few things I kind of want to sort out, right? Maybe a little bit of automation on the vocals just to make sure that the vocal levels are perfectly even. A little bit more tweaking on the solo because that's the part which I still feel very unhappy. All right. Need to sort of take a look into it, right? And I need to figure out, right? But I don't want to do it tonight. because otherwise it's going to take too long, and I don't want to fixate so long on that one single topic. Okay, so generally the rest of the song and rest of the mix, I'm really happy with it. Okay, a little bit more automation here and there, and usually once this is done, right, it's mixed down the process. Okay, I akan bagi the band dengar, so when the band will come back with their feedback and with their comments, and then kita buat some adjustments lah. We do a little bit of adjustments here and there, sending another version again until they are happy lah, until it's mastered. Okay, so this actually kind of brings me to the end of the session, man, and we're good. We're coming up to 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 hours into this already, man. Okay, so really appreciate. Terima kasih guys for all of you who have been watching this stream all this while, and if you're watching this on a replay as well, right? I hope you guys found this informative and useful lah. So maybe a quick recap again. Okay, so the Direct Access MixStream, okay, is a weekly show which I do. And if you guys really want to come and support, you want to want to help to support the band financially, you want to help to support the channel financially, do head on down to the website above there in the video. Okay, it's www.patreon.com/studio2105. Okay, you can pledge your subscription, and 50% of that revenue is going to go to the featured artist. Right, it's going to help to support the band. Okay, well, obviously, if you can, and if you are inclined to support, you are welcome to do so lah. But also don't forget, when the band bila the single come out, when it comes out as well, very very importantly, right, go and stream, go and share the song when it's out and it's ready. Okay, follow the band's social media. Okay, guys, actually I need the social media links, yeah. Kalau tak, I can't really update it inside my description. Okay, follow the band, right? Social media for the links. I'll update everything inside the description lah. Okay. Now, again, thank you so much again. Terima kasih for watching this. Right. Really really appreciate the support that you've really shown on this while. If you like the video, if you like the live stream, please, okay, leave a like. Thank you, really really appreciate it. It helps with the YouTube algorithm. Okay, share this with your friends, with your fans. Okay, anybody who's interested to learn about mixing, mastering can also get in touch with me lah. Okay, right. Sebelum you forget, okay, please head on down and click on the subscribe button, click on the notification bell, right, so that you don't miss out on any of the videos that I upload lah. Okay, so every week I try to upload at least 2 videos, sometimes 3 videos, including Q&A, some tutorials, right, and also including this live stream lah. Okay, now, thank you very much again. A big shout out and appreciation to TwoSeventeen. Okay, this is their brand new single called Kembalikan. Thanks again to Hazlan, right, for the who helped to record and helped to engineer this, and who actually sort of hooked us up, right, with this band. Right, I really love the song. I really love the song and production as well. And I hope you guys really appreciate and like it as well. So, we're going to wrap this up tonight. What we're going to do is we're going to listen to the entire song again from start to finish, right? So this would be like the initial draft mix of the song, okay? So I hope to see you again, all right, in the next episode, in another video coming soon. Next week, I have another mix stream coming up, all right? Stay tuned, okay? Remember, right, to like and subscribe the channel. And big shout out. Take care, everyone, okay? Jaga-jaga, please remember to always take care of your personal hygiene, your health. Stay safe, stay happy, healthy. Take care of your family and your loved ones, and remember your social distancing. Okay, wear a mask when you go out. Okay, be very careful, because the situation around the world is not over yet, especially with COVID-19. Okay, thanks again. All right, so I'm going to sign off here right now. Again, if you have questions, comments, leave them down below in the chat. If you're watching this in a replay, right, leave your questions and your comments right in the comments section, okay? So, here we go, right? Initial draft mix of Kembalikan by TwoSeventeen. Good night, guys. Take care.
Suka duka hidupku hanya Tuhan yang tahu. Namun mengapa hati ini sering meronta? Tolong kembalikan perhatian. tersiksa.